I wanted to welcome you all here this morning. My name is Brenda Agnew, and I'm the Marketing Director at Gluckstein Lawyers. Again, just thrilled that you chose to spend your day with us here today, and hopefully you'll learn some incredibly valuable insights from our speakers. We're really excited about the lineup that we have today. You know, if you need to, we have designated breaks, but if you need to get up, go ahead and do that. If you need to take a break for any reason because you're feeling overwhelmed, please feel free to do that. The coffee will be running the entire time. If you haven't already seen that, there are washrooms off to the left. So if you just go up to the main area where we were, there's washrooms off to the left. Again, thank you for being here. Before we begin with our first remarks, I would just like to read our land acknowledgement. We at Gluckstein Lawyers would like to begin by acknowledging that our office is situated on the traditional territory of the Wendat, Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, and Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. This land is covered by the 1740 Dish with One Spoon Covenant between the Anishinaabe and the Haudenosaunee, binding them to share the territory and protect the land and resources, as well as Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit and the Williams Treaties signed by multiple Mississauga and Chippewa bands. As a law firm operating in Toronto and throughout Ontario, we recognize our responsibility to honor and respect the enduring presence and cultural contributions of Indigenous people. We are committed to fostering an awareness of Indigenous rights, promoting reconciliation, and actively engaging in truly meaningful partnerships with Indigenous communities. Without further ado, it is my pleasure to welcome Simona Jelinek up to the podium to kick things off. So thank you. Come on up, Simona.
Thank you, Brenda, and our whole team for putting this together. This is a wonderful venue, so we're very happy to be here. I'd like to thank everyone who's here in person and everyone who is joining us online. It's wonderful that we can do these events, both hybrid, both in person and online, because that gets more people here. I had thought about a lot of things that I wanted to say today, and some of the things that I wanted to say have changed because of the changes in our political climate, both to our neighbors to the south and possible impending changes here. I think now more than ever, it is important that we as a community that supports survivors come together to not only exchange ideas, but also to feel a sense of togetherness, to feel a sense of less hopelessness, if you will. This is an incredibly difficult area to work in, and I thank each and every one of you for your contributions. I thank my team. I think I have the best lawyer team in the country that does this kind of work. I am so proud of all of them. But most of all, I want to thank the survivors who are here today or listening online, or the ones that even looked at this and said, oh, maybe I should do that, but weren't able to. It is because of you that we do this work, but it is because of you that we continue to do this work. The amount of resilience and hope that I see in survivors every day is incredible, and it is what has kept me going for 28 very long years, and it's what will keep me going for however many ever years I am able to do this. So we have an outstanding lineup for you. It's just incredible. We're so proud of everyone who decided to take time out of their day to come and speak with us. So I want to get to the program. Thank you again. I would be honored to come and talk to each one of you. I don't know if I can get everybody, but I would love to. We are always open. If you need an ear, just give us a call. We're here. And without further ado, I'm going to actually call up one of our senior lawyers, Linda O'Brien. She is going to introduce our first speaker. So thank you.
So I am deeply honored to introduce our first speaker, Emily Quint, who has shown extraordinary courage and resilience in her journey as a sexual assault survivor advocate. Emily holds a Master's of Education and Developmental Psychology, a postgraduate certificate in addictions and mental health, and is currently pursuing her Master's in Social Work. Over the past year, Emily has channeled her own experiences into powerful advocacy, working to bring about legislative change to improve the treatment of sexual assault survivors. Through her dedication and voice, she has become an inspiring advocate for those who have been affected by similar trauma, and we're privileged to have her share her insights with us today. Please help me welcome Emily Quint.
Thank you so much, Linda. I really appreciate it. Hi, everyone. My name is Emily Quint, and I am honored to be here today with all of you. Whether you are a survivor, advocate, supporter, learner, or a combination of these, I am so grateful for your presence. I am so thankful for the courageous folks who have been fighting for survivors and their rights for years. Because of you, I have a voice, and for that, I am eternally grateful. If you haven't seen my story in the media, you may be wondering who I am, and I think that these two photographs depict me better than words can. Throughout my life, I have been faced with numerous adversities. Complex trauma is what they've called it. But through it all, through the rock, the pain, the heartbreak, I choose to find that bright yellow flower. In fact, sometimes I choose to be that bright yellow flower. I am a survivor. And today, I hope to shed light on how our current criminal justice system is failing survivors of sexual violence, survivors like me. But first, let's go back in time to 2022. One evening in late January, after a long and exhausting work week, my friend and colleague joined me in my apartment for some drinks and chats. We were posting on Snapchat, which led us to invite a man, someone we knew from work, over to join us. 7 hours after that Snapchat message, I was raped in my own home, a place that was once my safe haven. At 6 a.m, I woke up to this man on top of me and inside of me. The feel of his itchy wool sweater against my skin, the smell of burnt disgust in the air, the deep horror that radiated through my body, the immense fear that cloaked me. As I opened my eyes, he pulled himself out of me and ejaculated on my stomach as if I was a towel meant to clean up his fluids. I froze like a deer in headlights. I couldn't speak. I couldn't move. I felt completely paralyzed. I was in so much pain, physical, mental, and emotional, but I couldn't do anything except sob. He soon fell asleep beside me, and I scurried to the bathroom where I sat in the tub and let the hot water hit me. I felt vulnerable, tainted, and dirty. I wanted to strip my skin off like old wallpaper. Why couldn't I have just yelled no? Why couldn't I have told him to stop? Why couldn't I have pushed him off of me? I felt as though I was to blame. Looking down at my body, I felt more disconnected than ever. It looked and felt foreign to me. I wanted to unzip myself from my skin. I didn't want to be in it anymore. Suicidal thoughts injected themselves into my brain. I can't do this. In the haze of the hot steam, I reached out to two of my friends, including the one who was over that evening, and reluctantly, my mother. I then bravely texted the man who laid in the bed where he raped me and told him that he needed to leave. Shortly after, I heard my apartment door slam shut. I peered out from the bathroom and scampered across the floor to double lock my door. But it was too late. My home no longer felt safe. I couldn't bear to look at the disheveled bed where I had just been violated. My new pink, fluffy duvet had become a crime scene. I laid on my couch and I begged for the pain to go away. I didn't want to be alive. Suddenly, there was a loud bang on the front door. "Emily, open up. It's the Toronto Police." From there, I did everything that was asked of me. I provided an initial statement to the police. I went to Women's College Hospital to complete a rape kit. I went to 53 Division to give my full statement to the detective. I returned to Women's College Hospital to have images taken of my bruised body parts. I phoned every community mental health service to seek treatment for my deep emotional pain. And 14 days later, the man who raped me was charged with sexual assault. It wasn't until May that I was contacted by the Victim Witness Assistance Program, and then it was radio silence. I heard absolutely nothing about the case until I was contacted on March 1st, 2023, over a year after both the assault and the charges were laid, to find out that the case would be going to trial. The trial dates were set from July 5th to 7th, and I was subpoenaed to testify and endure cross-examination. A week after this news, I completely broke. I ended up in the emergency room for self-harm and suicidal ideation. I was hurting so deeply, but I didn't really want to die. I just wanted that pain to go away. By mid-June, I prepared for trial. With minimal support from my victim assistance worker, I rewatched both of my statements. It was 2 hours of reliving the most horrific morning of my life. I cannot describe the pain that arose inside of me watching broken little Emily sitting on the couch with a blanket wrapped tightly around her. As I watched myself struggle to be vulnerable with the police officers, my tears unleashed themselves. And just like that, I found myself being taken back to that morning in that apartment, and my nightmares returned with ferocity. But finally, on July 5th, I arrived at the Ontario Court of Justice to give my testimony. When I finally got settled in on the 4th floor, my heart sank as I heard the words, "There's no courtroom for us, but I'm working hard to try to find one." What? I thought, how is that even a possibility? How is there not a courtroom? The detective explained that the courthouse was experiencing severe yet foreseeable staffing shortages caused by the massive amalgamation. Thank you so much. He conveyed that there used to be numerous courthouses across the Greater Toronto Area, but the government decided to cease operations of all the smaller courthouses to build a mega courthouse in the heart of downtown Toronto. Many court staff were displeased about this uprooting and the lack of financial compensation, and thus courthouse was unable to properly function. You see, courtrooms can be open, but if they don't have adequate staff, they cannot run. While only 2 courtrooms in that entire courthouse were operational that day, the Crown instructed me to wait while she attempted to find a team to preside the case. My parents and I waited for hours. Hours. It was around 2 in the afternoon when the Crown finally informed me to go home and that we would try again tomorrow. I felt unsettled, but my hope remained alight. I truly believed that I would take the stand the following day. However, when the next day arrived, I was met with the same news. There's no courtroom for us today. This time, only 1 courtroom in the entire courthouse was open. And now I started to get angry. Once again, I was informed to wait. And I thought, wait for what? There's only 1 properly staffed courtroom in this entire courthouse. There's no way that I'm going to take the stand today. But my flicker of light hadn't officially died. Not yet. It was around 1 in the afternoon when the Crown said, "Not today, Emily, you can go home." But this time, the detective proposed that he would call me in the morning to advise of the status of the case. I agreed, but I began to feel defeated. How could I rely on this system? I mean, at this point, I couldn't even see it as a justice system. It was certainly showing me its cracks. How can survivors be expected to report one of the most traumatizing events that could happen to a person and then endure the insufficiently supported justice system? How is it okay for survivors to do everything that is asked of them, but when they show up to testify, they are turned away? How is that okay? Regardless, the next morning on July 7th, on what would have been the third day of the trial, the detective phoned me just before 11 a.m. A fully staffed courtroom was ready to hear the case. "How fast can you get here?" he said. Moments later, my parents and I were basically running down the streets of Toronto, and around 11:20 a.m., I took the stand and trial officially began. During my testimony, there were moments when I cried, moments when I was angry, moments when I felt like I was going to throw up, moments where I was trembling so severely that I had to hold on to my chair, and moments when I just wanted to get up and leave. But in spite of it all, I persevered. He had taken many things from me, but my voice would not be one of them. At around 3:30 that day, after testifying and enduring grueling cross-examination, both the Crown and defense attorney rested their cases. The judge thanked me for my testimony and dismissed me from the courtroom. As I opened the doors to the hallway, I was met with relief. I had done it. I had completed my part of the process. I stood in front of the man who raped me and told him exactly what he did to me. I felt such a sense of relief. Soon after, I was directed into a briefing room with the Crown and the detective. The Crown thanked me for engaging in the process and advised me that the judge wanted to hear the case to its end. However, the earliest available dates to continue were November 9th, 4 months away. But at that moment, that really didn't matter to me. The case would be heard in its entirety, and I did my part in making that happen. But we never got to November 9th. On the afternoon of November 2nd, a week before case was set to resume, I was informed of the Crown's request for an urgent meeting. A little while later, I joined the Zoom call, and as Brandon, my husband, sat beside me, I felt worry set up shop in my bones. What is happening? I clasped Brandon's hand as we heard the Crown supervisor say, "The defense put through a motion to have the charges stayed, and there's nothing we can do." What? Stayed? I wasn't familiar with this term, so I asked, what does stayed even mean? She then went on to explain something called the Jordan Rule. And then my world went dark. It was as if somebody blew a candle out and all of the brightness disappeared. My vision went fuzzy. I couldn't see through my tears. My breath outran me. I felt like I was going to collapse. I slammed my laptop shut, and I completely crumbled. In that moment, I lost myself. The pain overtook me, and I drowned in it. Brandon picked me up off the floor and brought me to our bed. As he held me, animalistic cries escaped me. My body shook, my heart blackened, and the light drained out of me. Under Section 11B of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, any person charged with an offense has a right to be tried within a reasonable time, a time that was set out by R versus Jordan in 2016. R versus Jordan is the case of Barrett Jordan, a British Columbia man. He was charged with several drug trafficking related offenses, and from the time of charge to the end of trial, he spent a little more than 4 years in the system. He was convicted, but initially appealed, he was convicted, but appealed his case, arguing that his rights under Section 11B, right to a timely trial, had been infringed upon. His appeal was initially denied, but the case was appealed to the Supreme Court of Canada, who reversed the decision and found his delay unreasonable. Barrett Jordan's case unveiled a new framework for applying Section 11B. Cases in provincial court must be completed in 18 months, and cases in federal court must be completed in 30 months. If cases stretch beyond the presumptive ceiling, the defense has a right to submit a Jordan application asking for a stay of proceedings. So basically from the moment of charges, the timer begins. Despite everything, my initial statement, the rape kit, the formal statement, the photographs, the waiting, the pain, the testifying, the enduring cross-examination, it was over. My case was stayed. The Ontario government failed to properly staff and fund their courts, making way for the defense to submit a Jordan application. I will never forget the moment when the Crown said, "There's nothing you can do, Emily. It's over." In that moment, emotions flooded my body in rapid succession. I felt anxious, resentful, bleak, shocked, unsettled, angry, disgusted, hurt, blindsided, afraid, alone, nauseous, regretful, suspicious, grief, depressed, offended, disbelief, overwhelmed, disturbed, sorrow, dismissed, unimportant, drained, ashamed, dismayed, stupid, ridiculed, isolated. Guilt, vulnerable, infuriated, unsafe, rattled, insulted, vengeful, invalidated, fragile, hopeless, deflated, rage, fearful, distant, frozen, stressed, distrustful, sickened, helpless, mocked, destroyed, traumatized, humiliated, dejected, inadequate, suicidal, weak, disoriented, distraught, outraged, baffled, small, pathetic, exposed, abandoned, foolish, broken, violated, powerless, crushed, silenced. I felt silenced again. It was as though I was assaulted all over again. But this time, the perpetrator was the system. The system that I believed was designed to protect me, to protect us from harm. On November 2nd, I lost faith in our province and our country's ability to keep us safe and provide justice to those who have been harmed. Why are the rights of a perpetrator held with more importance than the rights of a survivor? Maybe he did deserve a right to a timely trial, but as a survivor, I also deserved a trial. A full trial, a fair trial. As I lay cold and broken on the bathroom floor, attempting to wrangle my suicidal urges, Brandon's support and love helped me transform my pain and anger into advocacy and a fight for legislative change. Over the next little while, I met with various different media representatives. Abby O'Brien of CTV News, John Moore, More in the Morning, Metro Morning with David Common, Jack Gallant of Toronto Star, Anne-Marie Medawake on CTV Your Morning, Tina Yazdini of City News, Toronto Star newspaper, CBC Radio, CTV News with Abby O'Brien, Toronto Life, CTV News with Sija Liu, Guelph Today with Santana Bellatoni, front page of the Toronto Star, and CBC News with Sarah McMillan. It's been a little over a year since my charges were stayed, and in that amount of time, I've made numerous media appearances, radio, TV, website, magazine, newspaper. I've written very detailed letters to various government agents urging, pleading for government action. I've connected with the Honorable Ted Arnott, MPP Jill Andrew, MPP Kristen Wong-Tam, MPP Catherine Fife, and MPP Litsa Gretzky, and I am so grateful for each of these individuals for not only using their voices in Legislative Assembly, but for saying my name and telling my story. These leaders are fighting the fight with us, pleading for transparency, pleading for answers about why this is happening, and promoting strategies to prevent it from continuing. I've connected with other survivors and advocates who have undoubtedly changed my life. I've spoken at Queen's Park press conference urging for justice reform, and I've joined the Survivors for Justice Reform Coalition, spearheaded by the lovely Marley Liss, a survivor and restorative justice advocate. I've also connected with members of the Ministry of the Attorney General, where I was assured that my concerns were raised at the highest level. They have assured me of numerous changes. So they advised that as of August 2016, they implemented multiple tracking and flagging systems to avoid cases being tossed due to Jordan. Obviously, I have questions about its reliability, as my case and many others have reached that presumptive ceiling. They also assured me of many changes that they have implemented over the last year. They have recruited more staff and increased their compensation. Crowns are now responsible for scheduling trial dates within 6 months of information being sworn, and are encouraged to have trial completed within 15 months of information being sworn in. They launched an enhancement project for the Victim Witness Assistance Program. They have participated in recurrent trauma-informed training for all staff, and they have increased their spending by creating a 4-year action plan to tackle gender-based violence, costing a total of $1.4 billion over 4 years. And while all of this sounds absolutely wonderful, I can't help but question it, as our current system fails to protect and to adequately support survivors of sexual violence. What we first must consider is the lack of reporting for sexual violence. In Canada, only about 5 to 6% of incidents of sexual violence are reported to police. That, in and of itself, is very telling of the state of our justice system and survivors' beliefs and faith in our justice system. As you can see, many survivors choose to report for many different reasons. And honestly, I felt every single one of these. They don't want the hassle of dealing with police. They feel as the offender won't be adequately punished. They fear or don't want the hassle of the court process. They feel shame, embarrassment, and they think that they won't be believed. While these concerns are absolutely valid, survivors should not be forced to feel this way. Because survivors feel ill-supported by the system and choose not to report, they are often left to fend for themselves, and let me tell you, that does not feel good. Survivors are also coerced to speak before they are ready. In fact, I experienced this firsthand. The police who first responded were relentless in their questioning of what happened to me, and I hadn't even processed it myself. This narrative around needing to speak and needing to disclose is harmful and ultimately reproduces power imbalances. I was asked, "What happened to you? I heard you were raped," before somebody actually sat down with me and said, "Are you okay, Emily? What can we do to support you?" Forcing survivors to speak before we are ready leaves us feeling re-victimized. The system also fails to support survivors due to chronic underfunding, resulting in court backlogs, staffing shortages, and cases being stayed. Once again, how can we, as a society, urge survivors to come forward, to report, to do every single thing that is asked of them, to have solid evidence of the crime, to open themselves up, to provide testimony and endure cross-examination, only for the justice system to close its door on them, to turn its back on them? It is wrong, and it is re-traumatizing. It's also important to consider that our justice system, one that is overly reliant on punishment and incarceration, does absolutely nothing to end the cycle of violence. Conviction is rare, and even when it does occur, true accountability and rehabilitation is often neglected. So as a survivor who has endured the horror of our justice system, I have numerous recommendations that I would encourage our system to implement. At initial contact, I propose that a trained social worker attends calls regarding sexual violence alongside first responders. Social workers can assess the survivor's needs through a trauma-informed approach, reduce victim blaming that is very prevalent in law enforcement, promote safety and empowerment, and provide resource connection. At the same time, all first responders require in-depth trauma-informed training for supporting survivors of violence. Misconceptions and victim-blaming attitudes must be erased. It does not matter what we were wearing, if we were drinking, if we fell asleep, if we have a previous sexual history, if we've consented at other times. None of that matters. I think it's also important to be aware of body language and body posture. So for example, sitting beside someone rather than standing up above them can help survivors feel less threatened and ultimately safer. There needs to be less emphasis on needing to speak and needing to disclose, and more focus on holistic safety and the survivor's needs. In terms of the Victim Witness Assistance Program, once again, I propose that all workers complete in-depth trauma-informed training, and that the entirety of that program is actually based on the 4 pillars of trauma-informed practice, which is awareness, safety and trust, choice and collaboration, and strength-based practice. Workers must provide thorough information about the justice process ahead of time. As survivors, we deserve transparency and choice. We cannot consent to a process that we know nothing about. Workers must provide emotional support and proactively engage with survivors. I went nearly 1 year without any contact from this program. I remember feeling like I was drowning and was really just trying to stay afloat. And I really wish that somebody would have checked in on me. I also encourage strong connections to community supports. Instead of providing me with a list of numbers to call, external referrals are encouraged. Once again, survivors are dealing with so much. Surviving often feels hard enough. In terms of the entire justice process, I recommend that the root causes of the lack of reporting are addressed. And this is also examined through an intersectional lens, taking into consideration race, culture, income, disability, sexual identity, and gender identity. We need to explore how we can step away from a system that re-victimizes, re-traumatizes, and reproduces power imbalances. How can we create a system where survivors feel heard, supported, and even empowered? We must recognize that just like every survivor's experience is unique, so too is their path to justice and healing. The process must be guided by the survivor's voice and the survivor's needs, and this really starts at the first point of contact. As a result, we need a justice system that offers different paths to justice and healing, including restorative justice and transformative justice. In my case, no one mentioned any process besides the criminal path. It was basically criminal process or nothing at all. And this lack of choice and transparency goes against trauma-informed care, which is so desperately needed for survivors of sexual violence. And finally, the justice process must be collaborative rather than authoritarian. We must move away from telling survivors what they need to do. This is the step, this is what you do next. Survivors want you to work alongside them, provide us with options, and ultimately see us as humans with names, with faces, with stories. After you've been sexually assaulted, it takes great courage to even exist. Your body was violated, your soul was crushed, and your entire worldview and sense of safety was shattered. So when survivors do report, when survivors do tell someone what happened to them at a time when they so desperately want to fade into the abyss, we must have a supportive hand and a listening ear on the other end. And while survivors should never have their cases tossed due to foreseeable and avoidable delays, it is happening. And so we must support the people who find themselves here, the survivors who never received justice, the survivors who tried, but who found themselves failed by the system that was allegedly designed to protect them. At the same time, we must advocate for a transformed justice system, one that is survivor-centered and trauma-informed. If we don't make this a priority, I imagine that even fewer survivors will come forward, and I certainly do not blame them. Over the past year, I've endured a pain, a loss, a grief that never should have been mine to carry. The man who violated me never faced any form of accountability, while I fought like hell to simply wake up each morning and continue on. The man who harmed me and the system that failed me crushed so many parts of me, but my voice will always be mine to keep. To that girl who was assaulted in her own home, and to that girl who was re-assaulted by the justice system, I am so proud of you. And to all the survivors here today, I am so, so proud of you. Your light can never be dimmed. So let's join hands and let's shine together. Let us be so bright that they can no longer block us out. We are here, and we matter. Thank you so much.
So for those of you that don't know me, my name's Ivana Iwasaki. I'm one of the lawyers here at the firm, and it's my pleasure to introduce our next speaker. So our next speaker is Emma Gao. Emma is a registered psychotherapist who began her career in the adult developmental services sector, where she supported individuals facing co-occurring mental and physical health challenges. This experience fueled her passion for making psychotherapy more accessible to neurodivergent individuals. Today, Emma will share her expertise on navigating the path to recovery from sexual abuse. Please join me in welcoming Emma.
Hello, everyone. Okay, so I just want to clarify, I'm pointing this way, right? Yeah? Okay, perfect. All right. So thank you so much for that introduction. So together today, we're going to be navigating the path of recovery from sexual abuse. More specifically, we'll be looking at the psychological complexities of sexual abuse, taboo topics on the matter, and tangible skills for healing. Oh, okay. There were accidental touches during sessions, and he commented on how beautiful I was becoming. He would ask for hugs, longer each time. He would touch my lower back when he walked by. No one seemed to think anything of it. The comments made me squirm, but I respected and I trusted this person. Everyone else thought it was pretty cool. I saw her as a family member, like a mom or an aunt. So when she called me upstairs while she was undressing, I didn't really think anything of it. Each of these statements is the beginning of someone's experience with sexual abuse, most of them not initially understanding what it was or what it could turn into, some denying what it was. So let's better understand what sexual abuse is. So sexual abuse is an umbrella term that describes non-consensual displays of sex. So sexual assault is referring to the non-consensual sexual actions. Typically, it involves some form of physical contact. It's committed against a person's will, or when a person is not capable of consenting, so when they're a child or they're under the influence of drugs or alcohol. This might include acts such as rape or performing oral sex on a participant who is unwilling or unable to consent. Oftentimes, it will include threats of violence. Sexual exploitation is hallmarked by that power differential. This can occur when someone uses sexual acts as a way to benefit personally, or when someone is in a position of power and exploits somebody's vulnerabilities. This might include providing drugs or housing to someone in exchange for sexual favors, threatening to provide a student with a bad grade if they don't comply with a sexual act, or a doctor insisting that you undress parts of your body that he's not or she is not examining. Sexual harassment is the unwelcomed advances of a sexual nature. This might come in the form of stalking, sexually suggestive comments or jokes, and it often begins as non-verbal acts and escalates to some form of manipulation, implying that someone might be ostracized, for example, if they push back against a coworker wanting a hug. Eventually, sexual harassment often turns physical. Stealthing is a bit of a newer term. It refers to engaging in consensual sex with a condom and then removing it without the participant knowing. Recently, there have been pushes to make this definition more broad and inclusive. That might include referring to any sexual act that was initially consensual but turns into one that is not, or the act of removing any form of a contraceptive that might protect a person from pregnancy or a sexually transmitted disease.
Next, we're going to look at the Canadian sexual abuse statistics. Oh. Can you guys see that? Okay, from this angle I can't see it, all right. So 1 in 3 women and 1 in 6 men report being sexually abused at some point in their life. That means that in any given vicinity, you are likely in the same vicinity as somebody who has been sexually abused in some way, shape, or form. 80% of people who experience sexual abuse are groomed prior or during the process of sexual abuse, meaning that they're manipulated into potentially participating in it later on. An example of that might be buying a child toys so that they gain the trust of the child and the trust of the parents, then later taking them out to a movie where they can be alone with the child in order to perform sexual acts. Oftentimes we find that people who are groomed during the process of sexual abuse actually stand up for the perpetrator at the end because of the confusion that they experience through that process. 96% of sexual abuse goes unreported, and of that 96%, only 20% actually ever results in any form of a charge. I will never forget a vacation that I took with some of my girlfriends. There were 6 of us. And during that trip, I learned that I was the only person in that room who hadn't been sexually abused in some way, shape, or form. One of the most shocking things about this topic is that most survivors of sexual abuse know the perpetrator. This means that the majority of the time, the abuser is not somebody who kidnaps you off the street. Rather, it's a neighbor, it's a partner, it's a friend, it's a professional, it's a family friend, or it's a family member. So let's do a little bit of psychoeducation on why sexual abuse might occur, other than pedophilic disorders, which is someone's attraction to young children. Power, control, and manipulation. It's not uncommon to hear stories of sexual abuse that occur over the years. While the story of the Menendez brothers remains a controversial topic, the current documentary on the brothers' case exemplifies this topic perfectly. For those who are not familiar with the case, in 1989, 2 brothers shot their parents to death in their Beverly Hills home, seemingly to get a hold of their large fortune. During the first trial, they stated that the motive was to actually escape years of sexual abuse. Many argue that because the brothers were grown men, they simply could have left, they could have contacted the police, or they could have discussed the issue with their therapist. Thus, the abuse must have been falsified. This argument, however, does not consider that from a young age, the brothers were manipulated into believing that their father would murder them, and it was a secret that families typically keep. The cultural context at the time as well reinforced that sexual abuse was only a thing that happened to women. In addition to that, their mother, a person who was in a position of power, was both dismissive and likely participated in the abuse, creating a dynamic that communicated that even those in a position of power would not help them. Impunity is another reason that sexual abuse occurs. There's a degree of hush-hush culture associated with sexual abuse. Hush-hush culture is when people don't want to talk about something that's uncomfortable or potentially perceived as taboo. This can happen in several different ways, from handling sexual abuse within a family and not reporting it, all the way to dismissing that it even occurred. While families often have good intentions by not wanting to label a child or a family friend as a perpetrator of sexual abuse, or they feel they can potentially set boundaries with a grandparent who's perpetrating sexual abuse, this contributes to a lack of consequences for the perpetrator, prioritizes their well-being, results in a lack of resources for both the victim and the perpetrator. It normalizes that hush-hush culture and enables the perpetrator to act again. Next, we're going to talk a little bit about toxic cultural traits. So these are traits that occur in any environment that reinforces and normalizes unhealthy behaviors. Toxic cultural traits occur in subcultures, meaning smaller pockets of larger groups. This might refer to a department at work, a spiritual or religious group, or those rooted in some form of hobby or potentially gender. More and more frequently, we're seeing documentaries that discuss the sexual acts that religious cult leaders expect of their followers. When the culture around you normalizes some form of blind obedience, perpetrators of sexual abuse use this as an opportunity to victimize vulnerable people. Generational cycles gets its own slide. Generational cycles are the beliefs and their corresponding behaviors that get passed down through generations. There are two kinds of generational cycles, transgenerational and intergenerational. Transgenerational being things that have been passed down multiple times through generations, and intergenerational is the exchange between two generations, so mother and child. Hush-hush culture creates a risk of these generational cycles. Individuals who have been abused are at a higher risk of developing liberal mindsets towards sex, which in turn can cause some confusion between abuse and sexual freedom. It's not uncommon in my practice that survivors report being pressured into acts that they later regret in the name of sexual freedom. Now I'm going to tell you a little bit about Martha. Martha watched her 9-year-old daughter Emily kick a soccer ball with joy. But when Emily begged to join the local team, Martha firmly said no, masking her refusal with excuses about cost and time. The truth was rooted in Martha's past. Years earlier, as a talented gymnast, she endured abuse from a trusted coach. Her parents dismissed her pleas, leaving her to carry trauma alone, and thus she vowed to protect her children from the same kind of pain that she went through. Over time, Emily stopped asking about joining the soccer team. She felt left out and she felt resentful towards her mom. One evening, she blurted out, "Why don't you trust me or anybody else?" Her words shook Martha, forcing her to confront how her fear was shaping Emily's life. With courage, Martha shared her story, explaining her pain and her overprotectiveness. Emily listened and pleaded, "I want to try. I want to be part of something." In this moment, Martha had a decision to make. She would be able to try and break the cycle, or she may continue to perpetuate it. Some of the factors that influence risk around sexual abuse are age, disability, poverty, homelessness, living in an institutional setting such as a long-term care facility or a rehabilitation center, and being part of the LGBTQ+ community. The common factor with all of these groups being the vulnerability of that community, meaning that they're likely to attract opportunistic people, such as a PSW who is frequently alone with elderly or frail clients. Now we're going to look at probably the most important step, at least in my experience, and that's talking about some of the uncomfortable topics that come with sexual abuse. I think that's the one that's making that noise. Survivors of sexual abuse often come into my office riddled with shame, self-blame, confusion, and part of the healing process requires me to help clients shift their maladaptive narratives from issues about their own personal qualities and characteristics to one about unique outcomes, survival, and a misalignment in values between them and the perpetrator. In order to do that, we have to demystify the following topics. These often hold survivors back from being able to repair that narrative. So first, we're going to talk a little bit about the relationship between climax and sexual abuse. It's one that is deeply distressing for survivors, but it's very important to discuss. When we think about sexual abuse, we often imagine what is shown in the media. This is usually a woman. She's usually screaming for help and physically trying to fight off her attacker. but this response only represents a small fraction of actual reactions to being sexually abused. For some people, they have what's called a dissociative response, where they go into a freeze mode and they disconnect mentally from their bodies. For other people, their body goes into a protective mode where they prepare for the abuse physically. In order to stop their reproductive organs from being damaged, this can result in a climax during the abuse. The research is not clear on how often this happens, but it is not uncommon at all to occur for either both men or women. Somewhere between 5% and 30% of survivors experience this. Climax is not a synonym for consent and should not be treated as such. Next, we're going to explore sex, abuse, and marriage. Sexual abuse in marriage can be a deeply confusing topic for victims because of the societal and personal expectations that surround marital intimacy. Many people hold the belief that spouses have a duty to be physically available to each other, which can blur the lines of consent and make it difficult to recognize when boundaries are being crossed. Victims often question whether it's normal or expected to comply with their partner's sexual attitudes, even when it makes them uncomfortable. Abusers may further manipulate this confusion by using love. If you loved me, you just let me do it. Or obligation. I know you just had a baby, but I have needs. As a result, victims can feel isolated, struggling to identify their experiences as abuse because they don't see the big deal in marital relationships. This confusion can prevent victims from seeking any sort of help as they fear judgment or potentially disbelief. If you are experiencing ignoring of boundaries after you Thank you so much. So if you are experiencing, yeah, we're good. I think we're good. Okay. If you are experiencing ignoring of boundaries after you have expressed them or been in some sort of a state of incapacitation and used for a partner's sexual pleasure, it is abuse, even if you're married. Next, we're going to talk briefly about the Me Too movement. Back in 2017, Me Too increased awareness around sexual abuse. This was specifically within the entertainment industry. While this movement led to a number of positive things, such as high-profile and powerful figures losing the grasp they had on so many of the exploited, it also brought up some controversy, which negatively impacted some survivors. Mainly, false allegations came alongside this movement, causing backlash against survivors. This reinforced a common fear amongst survivors. What if nobody believes me? Next, we're going to talk briefly about the female perpetrator of sexual abuse. Female perpetrators of sexual abuse are often overlooked due to societal biases and stereotypes that assume that women are inherently more nurturing and less capable of causing any form of sexual harm. However, women can and they do perpetrate sexual abuse. The female abuser may exploit positions of trust, such as becoming a caregiver or a teacher, in order to manipulate or groom a victim. Research suggests that female perpetrated abuse, though less common statistically than male perpetrated abuse, is equally as damaging, yet the victims receive less support. Male victims in particular may face unique challenges, as they might feel pressured to see the abuse by a woman as cool or lucky or some proof of masculinity, rather than exploitative or harmful. The female perpetrator of sexual abuse may co-offend with somebody else. They may see their children as taking away their spouse, and they may be experiencing some form of a loss of control in their life at the time. The Canadian Children's Council published an article with over 500 female teachers who sexually abused their students. Finally, we're going to clarify the impact of sexual abuse on sexual orientation. While sexual abuse does not determine or change who somebody is attracted to, it can have an impact on the way a person connects with their sexual or intimate partners. Survivors experience confusion and self-doubt, fear and discomfort, trauma-based reactions, and they usually process their sexual identity later in life. They often link their sexual experiences with their orientation as well. This manifests in a few different ways, including anxiety around relationships and intimacy, causing them to lean into whatever feels like the safest orientation rather than what they perceive as their actual sexual orientation. The context of the abuse also creates some concern about whether the orientation was influenced. In same-sex abuse, it's not uncommon for the survivor to wonder if that means that they're homosexual. The next step in a survivor's journey is finding out what experiences shaped their own personal beliefs around sexual abuse and potentially challenging those beliefs. In my practice, what I like to do is I like to make a timeline of what throughout a client's life has shaped their view on what sexual abuse is and what sexual abuse looks like, and then further challenge that by making another timeline and seeing, well, if you had have watched this movie or you had have read this article, how do you think that compilation of things would have changed how you see sexual abuse? I grew up in Burlington, so just off the road where Leslie Mahaffey, a victim of Paul Bernardo, and Carla Homolka was abducted in the 1990s. I remember very, very clearly how this shaped my narrative of how I saw sexual abuse when I was young. It was a person who kidnapped you off the streets, not a professional and not a family friend, as I mentioned it most commonly is earlier. So if anyone is comfortable, I would like to invite you guys to share what shaped your thoughts around what sexual abuse is or isn't. This might be movies, this might be TV shows, this might be a story from a parent. If anyone wants to participate, just put your hand up and we'll see. No? Yeah, go ahead.
Watched the 8 o'clock CPD movie of the evening on weeknights, and I was, between 8 and 14 when we watched those movies almost every night. And a recurring theme in the movies that would play was a victim or a woman making up that she had been sexually assaulted. And so I had had these dozens and dozens of examples as a child of how women lie and make up sexual assault before I had ever met anyone who identified as a survivor or identified as knowing someone who had actually experienced a real sexual assault.
Mm-hmm. So did that perpetuate the idea that you thought that false allegations were actually quite common?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, perfect. Thanks so much. Yeah. I saw someone else with a hand up. Anyone else want to share? Go ahead.
Oh, thank you so much. I think without getting into too much details, I'm trying to think how to frame this. I think I thought that myself or parents that really took care of their children would be able to recognize someone who had the potential to sexually abuse, especially children. And unfortunately, in my community, there was someone who we later found out was sexually abusing some children in the neighborhood. And so many amazing, intelligent, loving parents trusted him. And I think I thought, wow, okay, maybe I don't know who's capable of this. I used to think that it's either someone very creepy or very charming, but it's not always that clear, I think. So that shaped some of my perspective.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of parents feel that way. They think that they're able to know if their own child is being sexually abused. A lot of parents feel like they'd be able to recognize the signs and symptoms, but oftentimes there isn't any, and that's something we'll get to later.
Hi, my name's Anne Marie. I was sexually abused by 3 different men between the ages of 5 and 7, and then again sexually exploited by my high school music teacher when I was in high school. And I think I just normalized it. I think my early childhood experience meant that I thought this was normal behavior. And even though I grew up, well, obviously I had issues with mental illness, but I eventually had a very successful career in the federal government, became a deputy minister, but completely fell apart when I saw my teacher when I was in my 50s. But I think what that tells me is that it's very easy to normalize and deny what's happened to you. And I think as well, all of the signals, in my case, it was my high school adult abuse that really was damaging to me the most. And I think it's because you realize the institution that the abuse took place in had also normalized the abuse, and the adults around knew what was going on and nobody did anything about it. And so I think the environment you're in and how you perceive people reacting to it. I now do research in this area, and all the survivors that I speak to have all said that the institutional abusers anyways, priests, teachers, and scout leaders, et cetera, have all had multiple victims, and there's almost always adults who know what's going on. And so no wonder we think it's okay, and we can't define what abuse is when children or young children or adolescents see people around them normalizing the behavior. And so I think that's a real problem.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we got one more over there.
Hi. From a very young age, I felt quite a dichotomy. I grew up in a family that things happened in that were inappropriate. They were normalized. They were not talked about. It was taboo, largely shaped by the indoctrination of a religious aspect to it as well. So it was very negative and very difficult to deal with that. Yet the dichotomy I felt even from a very young age, even having been victimized by it, I had in a system, the education system, where I recognize lots can happen in the bad regard, I had a lot of teachers who were, and this was back in the early 70s, actually speaking positive reinforcement that I knew that what was happening to me at home was not appropriate. I still didn't have the courage at the time to do anything about it, but that was the dichotomy that already existed. I saw people in positions of authority giving positive messaging and information, and then through sort of health class, et cetera, I grew up in Toronto, there were resources that were already at that point being mentioned. And then I also saw the dichotomy in the media. You saw the negative perpetration of stereotypes and roles, and yet I remember even after school ABC specials, some of the characters like, what's her name, Hunt and, oh, my mind's gone blank. Anyway, the two that were really popular in the 70s, and the positive messaging of how they stood up for themselves and the chutzpah that those characters had, I think was how it really shaped my views of becoming a protector and knowing that what was happening to me was wrong. I didn't have the courage as a child to deal with it, but I knew. So it was interesting that that dichotomy always existed, and now as an adult many years later, still dealing with literally both sides of that fence as a victim and an advocate now.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much for sharing that. I don't know if somebody wants to take that microphone. Okay, perfect. Okay, good, that still works. Okay, well, thank you so much to everybody who just shared their stories or their own instances of sexual abuse that shaped their narrative around what it is. All of those things contribute. Movies, experiences with at home, experiences with people of authority, even the legal system, as Emily pointed out. The legal system has a huge impact. There was a case back in the early 2000s of Brian Peck. He was a producer, and he victimized a number of sexually abused a number of young children. And he was put in prison for only 16 months, even though he abused several young children, and it was ongoing all the way through teenage years. And it actually turned into some forms of stalking as well. And so what does that tell you when somebody is sent to jail, if they're even convicted, for only 16 months, right? So next, we're going to look at some more of the psychological aspects. So we've covered some of the basic information at this point. We've talked a little bit about some of the confusing or uncomfortable topics that people struggle with. So a lot of people who have been sexually abused will struggle with attachment issues. So they might develop an insecure attachment style. They may struggle with a generationally altered stress response. That's where generational cycles come in from earlier. They may struggle with memory issues. It is not uncommon at all that clients come into the office and they'll say things like, I don't know if I want to dig this up because I can't really fully remember it. It's kind of just fragmented and I'm really not sure it even happened. They may have distorted views of boundaries and relationships. They may struggle with low self-esteem and chronic and ongoing mental health issues throughout their life. So supporting a survivor of sexual abuse is a profound act of compassion and empowerment. By using these skills, you're making the world a little bit more of an accessible place for survivors. So let's look at these skills. As Emily had also said before, provide survivors with control over as many aspects of the situation as possible. Avoid prying for extra or unnecessary details. Take note of the language that they're using to describe their experience and try to use similar words, and allow them to dictate what their next steps are. If they're not ready to use the word survivor, that's okay. They may prefer the word victim at the time. Try summarizing, paraphrasing, and validating the experience that they had, instead of interrogating them or trying to solve an unsolvable problem. So what does a validating phrase sound like? It sounds like that experience made you feel powerless. That emotion makes sense. Or, I'm sorry this happened to you. You should never have had to go through that. Ask them open-ended questions. Tell me more about that feeling of powerlessness. Or, what did you think of the suggestion that your mother made to report the abuse, instead of telling them to report the abuse? Avoid, whoa, oh my God, that is so bad, you have to report that. Or, why didn't you just leave? Or, that must have been difficult for you, but at least they didn't rape you. Sexual abuse is a traumatic memory for most survivors, if not all. Trauma lives in our bodies, meaning that it leaves lasting imprints on both our physical and emotional health. Any form of sensory input can trigger these symptoms and result in a panic response or potentially a dissociative episode. Here are a couple of skills that you can use if you or a survivor around you is experiencing this. These are really good, simple, tangible skills for people who work with sexual abuse survivors, such as lawyers, that you can even use in your own office. I want everybody in the room to look around this room and just think in your mind, what are 3 things here that are red? Give you a couple seconds because this room is pretty purple. Okay, now I want you all to look around this room and tell me what are 3 things that are orange. You don't have to tell me, just keep it in your head. Okay, so you get the gist. This is called rainbow grounding. So you can use this during an experience when somebody is going through a dissociative episode where they have that disconnect between the mind and body. Maybe they're zoning out a little bit. You see something like that. The idea is you want to get all the way to the end of the rainbow, and by that time, hopefully they're a little bit more grounded. Next, and very similarly, you can use your senses as a way to also activate that same part of your brain. So by holding something in your hand, anything that's in front of you works. Your goal is to describe the sensory experience you're having with the object. So what does it feel like? What does it smell like? Those kinds of things. And that's something, if somebody is having a response in your office, that you can give to them and try to have them do. Prior to doing that, though, you want to try and activate the parasympathetic nervous system in the brain. That causes a calming effect. So that's where you can use a skill like splashing cold water on your face, holding ice cubes in your hand, putting ice cubes on the back of your neck, any of those kinds of things. Those who struggle with these symptoms often feel like they're back in the event and reliving it again. Try to use language that reminds the person of where they are and the fact that they're safe. Try not to panic, because your own ability to regulate your emotions can allow the other person to co-regulate with you. Try saying something like, "It's Emma, your lawyer. You're having a panic attack right now, and that's okay. I'm going to stay here with you until it's over. We're safe, sitting on my couch in my office." Now we're going to talk a little bit about supporting yourself. No matter how many years later it might be, supporting yourself is a great way to break generational cycles. Parents who are survivors of sexual abuse should utilize mental health professionals to better understand the function of their parenting behaviors. Earlier in this presentation, I used the example of a parent that unintentionally ostracized their child by restricting their ability to participate in sports. Understanding whether this decision is an effort to protect or a response to a thought of your child being abused may help you explore the impact of that decision. Using the what if trick can be an easy way to challenge some of those thoughts. So for every what if negative, you want to look at the what if positive. So what if I can't ensure nothing bad happens to my child while they're in the dressing room? On the other hand, what if I can use this as an opportunity to educate my child on appropriate touching and provide them with a level of confidence? Employees who have been sexually abused may struggle with confidence and boundary setting in the workplace. Setting small, manageable goals at work increases resilience and fosters a sense of accomplishment. By the same token, setting workplace boundaries specifically related to triggers in the workplace is a great example of how you can take your power back. When we discuss trauma, it's important to consider what actions give the abuse and the abuser power over your life. We give the abuse and the abuser power by quitting a job that we love because your coworker is demanding that you give them hugs at the end of the day. We take our power back by setting a boundary and reporting this to HR and staying in that job that we love. Sexual abuse survivors can support themselves by prioritizing a routine of self-care, exercise, sleep, nutrition, regular visits to the doctor, and regular visits to a mental health professional that you trust. Therapy and counseling can provide a safe space for processing emotions and help you to build coping strategies. You should lean into reconciling and coping with the problem rather than avoiding it. We'll move past this just because we're running out of time here. If you have experienced sexual abuse, you may benefit from visiting Ending Violence Canada or the Durham Rape Crisis Center. If you are a professional who has clientele who have perpetrated sexual abuse, you may benefit from referring them over to the Sexual Behavior Clinic through CMHA or visit VoiNet for at-home resources. Thank you so much for being here with me today.
So again, for anybody who hasn't heard me introduce myself, my name's Ivana Iwasaki. I'm one of the lawyers here at Yellowknife Ellis Gluckstein Lawyers, and I have the sincere pleasure of introducing our panel, which we've entitled Improving Educational Approaches to Consent and Sexual Abuse Prevention in Institutions. And I'm joined today by three fabulous panelists who are with us online. Currently, we have two of our three panelists. So our first panelist here on the left, Danielle Strickland. Danielle, from her bio, lets love lead her to inspire, challenge, provoke, and disrupt the present, and to live the future now. Danielle practices following Jesus daily, and she celebrates diversity and deeply longs for wrong things to be made right. This pursuit has led to exciting entrepreneurial exploits like co-founding multiple charities and nonprofits, and a whole host of failures that we don't talk about as often. All of this has convinced her of the deep need we all have for hope, faith, and love. Her deepest longing is to demonstrate what living that boundless life looks like. So Danielle Strickland joins us from British Columbia this morning. We also have our panelist here, Amelia Klein. Amelia is a lawyer and former elite gymnast with lived experience of psychological and physical abuse from her competitive career. After watching the Athlete A documentary and hearing the stories of other brave gymnasts, she shared her own story in 2020, which set her on the path to survivor advocacy. Amelia also joins us today from British Columbia. And our third panelist, Rosalia, who is not on the line yet but should be joining us shortly, is a consent educator and child sexual abuse prevention specialist, sexual literacy advocate, 2 times TEDx speaker, rape culture disruptor, co-founder of the Brave Movement, co-founder of the Survivor Council of Canada, the founder of Consent Parenting, and the host of About Consent podcast. Rosalia will also be joining us from British Columbia. So here are our fabulous women here to join us today. So Danielle and Amelia, if you have a moment, please go on and introduce yourselves and talk a little bit about the work that you do. And we'll start with you, Danielle, please.
Hey, so I'm Danielle. It's a joy to be with you, and I'm thrilled that you're putting this on and that I get to be part of it. So thanks for the honor to be here. I am probably here because of a walk I did of solidarity with a survivor of clergy sexual abuse. And then as a result of sort of standing with her in that, had a flood of other survivors and lots of disclosures in the church space. And so have co-founded an organization called Hagar's Voice, which seeks to provide survivor support, or at least strategic support, in terms of helping survivors find places of support, and then some advocacy and work in church spaces to try to get there first and make those places safe, as they should be. So that's probably the most relevant stuff that I'm involved in that brought me here.
Thank you very much, Danielle. And I personally follow your work and I sincerely appreciate it. So thank you very much. Thanks. And Amelia, if you could go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you. As with Danielle, thank you for inviting me. I'm honored to be here. I, as my bio said, I sort of started on this path after I shared my story. And I resonate a lot with what Danielle has just said, because after I shared my story, I was flooded with messages from other people who, current and former gymnasts saying this is still happening. How do we stop it? And through that, a few of us survivors got together and we founded what was initially Gymnasts for Change Canada, and we started advocating for a full investigation into Gymnastics Canada at the time. And that eventually evolved into what is now Athletes Empowered, because just as we were flooded with gymnast stories, we also, as we sort of gained some momentum, we were flooded with other athletes coming forward saying that this is happening in our sport as well. So now we have Athletes Empowered, which offers both one-on-one and group peer support for people who are navigating their healing journey. Through that, we help people determine their path. So whether that's coming forward in the media, whether that's going through a civil suit, whether that's going to the police, whether that's doing an internal complaint through the sport system, or whether that's just finding a quiet place in a community to share their stories with each other. That's really what we seek to do. And then we do some high-level political advocacy as well, advocating for change within the sport system, which really needs an overhaul in order to stop this crisis.
Thank you so much, Amelia. And thank you as well for the work that you do, especially in the legal realm, but overall for survivors. So we'll move right into the heart of it. I realized when I sent my panel questions, I didn't ask, I think, an important question for everyone here to understand, which is, in your experience, how is it that people inside these institutions are able to abuse their positions of power? Just some brief thoughts maybe to explain how it is they can do that. And we'll start with Amelia this time, please.
Sure. I think the biggest thing within the sports system is just a complete lack of accountability. There's such a culture of silence still around abuse. It's not safe in many cases for victim survivors to come forward, especially if they're current athletes. The fear of retaliation is very real. And as a result, perpetrators are just allowed to continue abusing without any accountability. But there's also no accountability for those that enable it as well. You don't ever have a systemic abuse problem without having bystanders and people who are enabling that behavior. And right now in the system that we have, there's really no mechanisms to hold the administrators and the leadership accountable for their role in many cases just flagrantly covering up abuse that's happening, or at best sort of turning a blind eye for the sake of medals and results. So that's our biggest issue, is that there's just no real meaningful mechanism for getting both perpetrators as well as enablers out of this system and really changing that culture.
Okay. It's a very comprehensive answer, and I think well heard in this room. Thank you. And Danielle, what are your thoughts?
Power, ignorance, and fear. Those are the biggies. I would also Amelia's dead right. There's no way, there hasn't been a good mechanism for people to actually get help or know where to turn or know what to do. So the power dynamics, I think specifically in religious spaces, it's like multiple, it's multifaceted. It's not just positional power, it's sort of spiritual power that's misused and maligned. And then a complete lack often of transparency and accountability. So there's a lot of overlaps in these spaces. And then I think the ignorance and fear is often seen most in the response. And then as of silencing, vilifying victims, and then sort of supporting perpetrators. And I think that the perpetuation of this over generations has set an example so that victims literally are right when they say there's nowhere to go. And if I do come forward, I'll be vilified and blamed. It's like an actual accurate assessment, not just a fear. So those are some of the things off the top of my mind.
Yeah, it's a complicated and nuanced issue. It's not easy to identify one single thing because there's so many different people doing the different things. But I think the unifying themes here, secrecy, fear to come forward, shame, I think those are all still really prevalent, unfortunately, across institutions. So yeah, thank you for that. So on to hopefully bigger and better things, but what do we think as advocates and hopefully as change makers, institutions can do better to try to stop or prevent that abuse of power, and in particular, childhood sexual abuse and sexual violence? And Danielle, if you could start, I would really appreciate hearing your thoughts.
Sure. I mean, I think we need to normalize talking about it. So awareness. I think everyone involved in any kind of leadership in places that have power dynamics at work need to be aware of that. There needs to be mandatory training on what abuse is, what that looks like. I think there needs to be a basic understanding taught around abuse cycles and dynamics. And there has to be a policy and process put in place. So that's just, it feels like a no-brainer to me, but that is often it's not until people are in crisis that they go, we have no process. So I think there has to be a process and policies put in place. And then there just needs to be a culture of transparency that refuses to protect perpetrators of abuse. I mean, it's just a zero tolerance for abuse in institutions.
Yeah, I think that's really well said. Again, thank you. Amelia, I can imagine you probably have similar thoughts, but I'm just going to take a 1 second pause here to welcome Rosalia to our conversation. So, Rosalia, welcome. Thank you for joining us this morning. I know it's quite early for you over there. I've already given you the introduction. I'm going to have Amelia answer the question, and then I would love to hear from you. And then I'd also welcome you to introduce yourself. So in the meantime, though, Amelia, could you share your thoughts about what you think institutions, especially in a sports arena, could be doing to ensure that there's a less or no abuse of these powers?
Yeah, I mean, I think in order to answer that, you kind of have to have an understanding of what's going on in the sports system right now, which is if someone experiences abuse, their options are very limited for coming forward. So if you're a national team member, you might be able to go to the Office of the Sport Integrity Commissioner, which is run federally, and it is independent of the sports system. But it's been modeled after the U.S. Center for Safe Sport, which has been highly criticized for its slow, harmful processes, and we're finding that is happening with OSIC as well now. If you're not within the OSIC system, and that's only a very small fraction of athletes that are ever going to qualify for that, you're at the mercy of the organization itself and their policies. And typically what that involves is an independent third-party investigation. But what we're finding is that those investigations are incredibly harmful. There's really no safeguarding within them. They're often very arbitrary. And then typically it leads to a disciplinary process that's essentially a trial. It's, for lack of a better term, that is what it is, without any of the protections that you would normally have within the legal system, like rules of procedure and clear timelines and, limits on what you can and can't ask in cross-examination. So you have victim survivors being cross-examined by their abusers. That system is what we have, and it's atrocious, and it's not helping anybody, and it's often not leading, even if a victim survivor goes through that really harmful process, often it's not leading to sanctions that are really meaningful for a perpetrator. So from our perspective, we need an overhaul of the existing system. We need processes that are trauma informed, and I don't want to use that term sort of loosely, because I think we banter about trauma informed practice, but really in reality, we're not seeing that on the ground. So in a nutshell, I think we need a complete overhaul of the existing process before we're going to see this crisis get better.
Yeah, I agree very much. Trauma-informed shouldn't just be a buzzword. It should be a real lifestyle and a value system that's really implemented in all things. So thank you for that. Rosalia, if you would take a second to introduce yourself, and then I would be happy to pose a question to you as well.
Sure, thank you so much. And my apologies, we actually had a massive snowstorm where I am, and we had a power outage, which of course on the worst day to do that, but thank you for your patience in having me. I would love to hear if you can repeat the question. Just jumping on a little flustered. I'm Rosalia Rivera, and I'm the founder of Consent Parenting, a platform to educate parents, particularly survivor parents, on how to teach their children about body safety and abuse prevention. And I'm also the co-founder of the BRAVE movement, which is a movement of 15 global survivors working to end childhood sexual violence, as well as the co-founder of the Survivors Council of Canada, and proud member of that organization working also to end child sexual abuse in Canada.
Thank you very much. So I had asked the panelists before you were able to join us, and make sure that you take a breath, because things happen to everyone. Could you describe a little bit about how you see people in positions of power abuse their powers in a way that has then brought you forward with the work that you're doing?
For sure. Unfortunately, children are vulnerable just from being children, and their lack of power within society and within any organization, whether that's an institution like the family or an institution like the school system. And unfortunately, any organization or institution where youth are being served and there are individuals who are in positions of power, it's very easy to abuse that. And sadly, because there are not enough safeguards due to lack of education about this issue, we see a lot of a lack of policies in place that are really comprehensive in substantial ways that can safeguard children from being victims to these kinds of abuses of power. And what's further even more sad is because of the lack of awareness of this issue, the adults who can monitor or create policies that could better protect children neglect to either implement those policies or enforce them. So if we aren't creating much more awareness around the issue, not just in a general sense, but I think with specificity, specifically to talk about what grooming is, how adults groom entire communities, it then becomes really difficult for those people who can police each other in a sense to really enforce or implement comprehensive policies because they don't see this issue as something to prioritize. So I think the lack of education and raising awareness in comprehensive ways is, I think, what leads to this lack of, comprehensive policies, appropriate policies, not just to be implemented, but to be really enforced in not just a academic or sort of procedural way, but in a cultural way. So a school needs to culturally adopt this mentality of understanding that this is an issue we need to raise awareness around. And without that, you can create policies, but if they're not being implemented or enforced within that system, they're not effective. And I think that's what we're seeing consistently.
Okay, thank you. And then the question that I had just posed to the panelists beforehand was the question, how can institutions do better to stop or prevent childhood sexual abuse, sexual violence, and abuses of power? And just to recap quickly, we did hear from Danielle that transparency and accountability are really important features, and Amelia spoke about the importance of ensuring that any procedures or processes that are in place are actually fair and unbiased and actually address the survivor's needs, as well as the same with accountability and transparency. So, Rosalie, if you could just speak quickly, what do you believe institutions in your realm can do better to help with preventing this sort of abuse and trauma and violence?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So as it relates to academic settings, youth serving organizations, like schools, where they're lacking, again, it comes back to education, not being able to have access to resources. And this, we see Ontario, I think, is the only leading province where they are mandating education for teachers in order to get their license. I think that's a massive step forward in educating the staff and, the faculty that are going to be learning about this, to be able to then be able to spot things that are inappropriate and know what actions to take. But that's just a first start. And I think we, as a country, all the provinces should be adopting this. All the provinces should be providing students with body safety education, abuse prevention education, and then providing that to the parents as well, so that this is a community effort, a holistic effort, and not something that is just one part, of the puzzle, but it can really help trickle down this information to all of the key stakeholders, right? The educators, the students, and the parents who can come together and really address this issue, specifically through a prevention lens, but also to facilitate, the ability for students to receive this information and then be able to have a safe space to take action in reporting it or disclosing, particularly if situations are happening at home. A school, can be an incredible resource for a student to have access to justice, or at least the first step towards justice, in intervening. So I think education, and this is, in my opinion, something that, has to start not just from the top up in terms of government, but also from the bottom up, which is where parents' involvement in pushing for these kinds of education pieces could really be helpful. So really pushing government from the top, but also encouraging and raising awareness on the ground, with parents, so that they are advocating and they are putting pressure on the education system to provide these resources for everybody involved. So I think if we do this in a really comprehensive three-part, the educators, the faculty, the students, and the parents being educated, we have a much higher chance of really reducing rates of abuse, or at the very least increasing reporting and disclosure.
Okay, that's fabulous. And actually that really neatly leads into my next question to the panelists, which was, what sort of safeguards do you believe institutions ought to put in place to ensure that this doesn't happen, and what sort of safeguards have they actually put in place so far? Because I think that there has been some change put in place. Amelia, you spoke about the reporting procedures that exist and what sounds like hearing and quasi-trial-like procedures, but It doesn't sound like that's doing really the trick there. So Rosalie, I believe you kind of gave an answer on safeguards being primarily around education and awareness based. But Danielle, I'll turn back to you. What sort of safeguards would you recommend the institutions put in place to prevent these sorts of abuses?
Yeah, I think, especially in the space I'm at, in faith-based spaces, I think there needs to be a decision made to be proactive to disrupt the system that is normal right now. Which, I mean, it's just so ironic to even say this, but like institution like the church that exists to tell the truth, and their basic muscle memory of generations of vilifying people that come forward with the truth and hiding the truth and distorting the truth is just like a blight of on the reputation of the church and the mission. So I think churches and church leadership teams and denominations, all of the institutional powers need to make a proactive decision to say, we will not allow this to continue. And so we're going to stop it. And you can't stop, this is like generational muscle memory. This is like just what we do. And you're maybe not even aware that that's what you're doing, but there needs to be a general consensus that we will not allow this to be perpetuated any further. So I think that's one thing. It's just like a real genuine, we're not just going to be like, oh, here's a bad problem or here's one guy. It's like definitely there's enough that it's a systemic problem and the system needs to change. So there needs to be just a consensus to say, we've got to change this thing. So that's number one, is you have to want to change it. Because if you're just going to want I think, Rosalia, you said this so well. Policies are a great place to start. They're foundational, they're important, but they're not what protects people. People protect people. And people who don't know how, and aren't embodying those policies will not be able to protect people. So those things have to go together. I'd say, if I talk to church leaders all the time and they're like, what could we do? I was like, transparency would go a long way. Literally just transparency is if you had to pick one thing out of all the list, there's a long list that we have to begin to work towards change, but transparency would go a long way. Even to the point where I've suggested putting in, if you're going to apply to be a pastor at a church, in the job description is a clause that says, in the case of anything immoral that happens or any misconduct, it will be publicly shared. Just stop hiding perpetrators. I feel like it's not rocket science. Stop giving perpetrators spaces to hide. I feel like that would be self-selecting. I think if a pastor doesn't go to a church because there's a clause in there that if he does something wrong, it's going to be shown or revealed, or it's going to be transparent, that's great. You don't want that person to be, no matter how great, of a personality they are. So I think that's transparent processes would really, really help. And then I think the zero tolerance for abuse. We just here's an idea. I think this is crazy, but we should maybe not vilify victims. This is just crazy idea, I know, but maybe not vilify the victims. That's just please, everybody, victims are telling the truth. They're bringing light. They're helping us find a way forward that is right and true and good. So vilifying them is it's got to go. And just normalizing, not vilifying, support and protecting victims, and then a zero tolerance for abuse in our spaces. And then I just say acting swiftly, doing this. And again, if you have an embodied policy and procedure around this, you have information that everybody understands, the cycles of abuse, and you have a process to follow, this then doesn't have to, take years and derail places. This then could create places of safety for other victims. This could talk to, 1 in 3 Canadian women will suffer some sort of sexual harassment or abuse in their lifetime. 1 in 3. So we're talking about a fully, this is a Canadian problem. This is not just one thing happening over here or one thing happening over here. So these institutions have this great opportunity to actually care for and change the trajectory of generations of Canadians. And I think we need to start talking about the impact of changing our policies and institutions and what that could mean for future generations coming.
Thank you. So I hear a lot of the truth. So you're saying you can't speak the capital T truth unless you also believe in all the truths. I think that's...
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, that's right. Actually, you should just close the church if you can't handle the truth.
Thank you for that. And Amelia, in your circumstance, there is a process in place that you've described for some athletes, but what other sort of safeguards can they put in place either preventatively or to ensure survivors actually feel safe coming forward?
Yeah, I mean, I think everything Danielle has just said really resonates. I think there's a lot of overlap between, the institution of the church and the institution of sport, but something we've really been discussing and mulling over is the notion of actually regulating sport properly, because right now you just have a hodgepodge of different systems, different organizations, none of which are accountable to each other. There's really no oversight happening. Sport Canada is supposed to provide some sort of oversight, but they're not. So, to the point about transparency, when someone becomes a lawyer or a doctor or in some other public facing profession where they're going to be working with vulnerable people, it's just understood from the outset that if you engage in misconduct and there's a discipline process, that's going to be made public so that the public can actually make informed decisions about whether or not they engage with you. And that notion of, public discipline records has been met with significant resistance from the leadership in sport. And yet it's something that we see as so vital, because right now, in most cases, you won't know if someone has been disciplined for abusing a child in the sport system. Usually discipline, especially through the ITP system, the independent third-party system within these organizations, typically those are confidential, and so no one knows. Even within their own sport club, they might not know that someone's been disciplined for, in many cases, very significant abuse, particularly of children. So for us, it's just kind of a no-brainer that needs to be a nationwide, provincial-wide, transparent registry of people who have been disciplined and why. That's just one piece of the puzzle. I think there's so many different elements to this. Part of it too is just changing the entire culture and trying to flip the culture on its head from, win at all costs, medals mentality to something that's actually athlete, child-centric focused is going to be a lot of work. But right now we basically have a circumstance where the pervasive attitude is still, for most abuses, well, if that coach gets results, maybe we should keep him in the system. And as a result, it means that the good people in that system don't feel safe coming forward either. So the people who would be bystanders witnessing something going, oh, I know that's wrong, they also have nowhere to turn to say, you know what, we need to fix this, because there's, from sort of the top down, there's not this attitude that we really do have a zero tolerance for abuse. We say that, we pay a lot of lip service to that, and we pay a lot of lip service to these policies that have been put in place. But the reality is when the rubber hits the road and you've got a situation of, let's say, child psychological abuse that's quite severe, almost instantly there's an attitude of, well, that's just tough coaching. Maybe that's not a big deal. And we know that, psychological abuse in particular, there's enough evidence out there now that suggests that psychological abuse is just as harmful as other forms of abuse. But we also know that it then can lead to other forms of abuse like sexual abuse. So if you're not nipping that in the bud and you're still taking an attitude that's very permissive of that, you're going to see abuse continue in all forms. So it's a big question. It's a big answer, but I think we need transparency, and we need just a full-on culture change.
Yeah, no, and it makes sense that it would be a big answer, because it is a big question. And it sounds like you're saying without that transparency, without the ability to know, you keep perpetuating that culture of secrecy. And I like, to your point about the registry, it seems to fly in the face of, the purpose of the criminal sex offender registry. If, the people who are, potentially sex offenders in some regard just get to move along with it in a setting even where other individuals have already determined that perhaps they did do something that is the bad.
Exactly.
Yeah, thank you. And Rosalie, is there anything that you wanted to add? I know you talked about the education and empowerment of individuals and parents and educators. In terms of safeguards to put in place, is there anything you'd like to add?
Yeah, I have to say I agree with so much of both what Danielle and Amelia said. I would say very similarly, it feels like there needs to be a complete overhaul in many ways. But I think two things that really stand out to me is the hiring process within the school system. I think a lot of times there is this general sense that, that's the safeguard right there is, the hiring process. And unfortunately, we know that conviction rates for sex offenders are very low. So whether someone is an actual sex offender or not, it's not guaranteed that it will be spotted at, through the hiring process because of that, as number one. But secondly, I don't know if anyone's heard of the term passing the trash, but it's a very common term used within the school system. It's like colloquial term used when someone, is caught doing something inappropriate or has actually assaulted a minor. And instead of being put through the legal process or reported to the correct authorities, they're either allowed to resign or quietly fired and not put on their record why they were fired. So then they get hired by another school where, again, if the hiring process isn't very thorough in terms of background checks, and reference checks, then this individual is hired and let loose, to harm more individuals. So that, I think, is one place to start, is really making that process much more comprehensive. And that requires education, both to HR departments as well as to the principals who are interviewing and doing these hiring processes to, determine how can we make sure that this individual is safe? What are the things that we need to look at in terms of behavior patterns? Getting that education, even just on the simple, education about what grooming is and how grooming is so insidious in the way that, you can have a teacher who is the teacher of the year, much like a coach, you were saying, Amelia, that could be seen as, a very valuable part of the school, but they are abusing their powers. So having teachers also feel safe to report those behaviors. I think that a lot of times there's a fear of that liability. What if I'm wrong? What if the child is lying? Again, this comes back to lack of education. So I think a really strong educational process needs to be put in place, not just for teachers, but for the entire faculty within a school, to really get educated on what are the signs to spot? How do I report it? How can I feel safe reporting it and not be have that weaponized, in some way? So we really need to look at both the hiring process more carefully and comprehensively, as well as educating the staff, the faculty on what are the things that they can do to safeguard students' well-beings, as well as understanding this issue more holistically, I think, are two really important starting points.
Okay, thank you. And Danielle, I saw you nodding along there. Is there anything you wanted to say in addition to that? I just wanted to make sure you had a chance if you wanted to.
No, I'm just like the support team for Rosalia. She's doing great. It's awesome. Thank you.
It's, I think it's both interesting and somewhat unsurprising that transparency is such a strong theme here, because I think everyone here knows that, especially childhood sexual abuse, but other kinds of sexual violence, they're all crimes of secrecy. And we say that to our clients, we say that to people we educate, we say that to third parties, and I have yet to find a single person that says, oh no, I will just, people talk about it. No, people don't talk about it, and the people who want to get away with it or who think that they can, they know that, and that is definitely an issue. So I am holistically in support of transparency as a solution and a safeguard. I think that would be a huge step in the right direction. So I've been warned that we only have a few minutes left, so I'm going to ask the one last question here, quickly pivoting to a survivor focus. What, in your opinions, could institutions do to better support survivors if, as we know, the reality remains that the abuses of power will continue? So I'll throw it back to Amelia, since you spoke, I think, last in the line there. And you could let us know, what do you think institutions should do to better support survivors when they come forward?
Yeah, I mean, within the existing system that we have, often survivors are facing an insurmountable battle between their perpetrator, in some cases the organization itself, with very little resources. So what we're finding is it's very difficult to find counsel for people to go through this quasi-judicial process, which, if they don't have representation, they're getting railroaded constantly. And so there's such an imbalance of power between the perpetrator and the victim survivor in most cases. And in most situations, the sport organization doesn't offer any sort of support on that end or for mental health. In many cases, we're seeing people just flat out denied any sort of support to go through that really grueling process. So I think, your process is only as strong as as it is a safe process for people to come in and engage with. And if it's not a safe process, then people aren't going to go through with it. And a lot of the work that we end up doing is actually counseling people through the difficult choice to withdraw a complaint, because the process has become so harmful and the outcome is so uncertain that it's just not worth it for people to continue. So it's all well and good to have these policies and these processes in place, but if they're actively harming people, first of all, that in and of itself is terrible. But it also means that people are not going to come forward, and you're not going to be able to actually fix the problem and identify perpetrators. So you need to actually create a meaningfully safe space for these people. And unfortunately, what we see is even the people that are hired for the independent investigation are often very conflicted. Sometimes they have horrific bedside manner. Like we've had cases where minors have given their story to an investigator who may or may not be a lawyer, but they're sitting in traffic. They're taking that testimony from their phone while they're in traffic, while a child is disclosing abuse to them.
Sorry, I'm just so upset.
Yeah, sorry. Well, I could go on forever, but I mean, I think you really need to overhaul the system is the bottom line.
Yeah, horrible to hear. Danielle and Rosalie, I'm getting the wave, so I just want to give each of you a quick chance to answer. I think this is an important topic to at least address. So, Danielle, if you could go ahead and what could institutions in your realm do better to support survivors?
Yeah, I think the truth in the institution of the church is they could do almost anything better, like pick anything to do something better, So I think that just even making that pivot shift from victims are against us to actually we're with them and they're with us. And so I think that pivot shift would do a lot of things. But I want to say, sort of echo that Amelia thing, you guys are here, you're gathered because you care about this stuff. I would say my accompanying of a survivor of clergy sexual abuse through the court system, I was shocked as a Canadian in 2024. I was literally I was just shocked as a woman Canadian in 2024 that court process was as horrible as it was. And the rights of a victim, to me, seemed so underprotected. So I think even when you're looking for, when the institution won't hold perpetrators accountable, where do you go? What do you do? And I think without that, authority that says there's somewhere where somebody's going to hold perpetrators accountable for abuse, when that's broken, I mean, you're what would motivate? Now, in my space, you would hope God would motivate people to tell the truth and protect victims. And, that's a thing that I'll just keep harping on and try to train churches to do because it's the right thing to do. But I think in Canada, I'm shocked that there isn't a better protection I think that would really matter, because as much as you want people to just willfully do the right thing, you do need somebody that says, and if you don't do the right thing, here's the cost. And there has to be some sort of accountability. So that brokenness really matters. And I know even in the case that I've been walking through, that perpetrator who obviously is predatory, based on all my understandings of abuse dynamics and grooming, and is free to look for work now in faith spaces where there are vulnerable people. And there's nothing stopping, apart from me trying to make it a public issue so that people know, but there's nothing. There's no one to stop him or to protect future victims. And that is, horrific in 2024 in Canada. So we need to fix some stuff.
Yeah, non-ironically, amen. Thank you. And Rosalie, if I have 30 seconds to offer you, and I apologize for the short, but if you could just talk quickly there.
Yeah, no, I would echo again the same thing that they also said, and just also to add that I think the school system is definitely a place where it needs to become, without making it a buzzword, but to truly become trauma informed, to understand how to support young victims and survivors through a very traumatic process, because a lot of parents end up opting out and just moving their child to another school instead of dealing with the aftermath of their child either not being believed or having to go through a very painful process that is not created to support survivors. So I would say just starting from that point of creating a much more trauma-informed system for youth would be a good start.
Okay, thank you very much. So thank you all three of you for joining us this morning. We know it's early in British Columbia, so thank you for waking up early. So Danielle Strickland is from Hagar's Voice and a Christian pastor. Amelia Klein is from what used to be Gymnastics, Athletes Empowered now, right?
Used to be Gymnasts for Change, is now Athletes Empowered.
Thank you very much. And Rosalia Rivera is founder of the Brave Movement, as well as Survivor Council of Canada, among many other accolades. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Our next speaker is Linda O'Brien, a key member of our group at Yellowknick Ellis Gluckstein. With nearly 30 years experience in civil litigation, she previously defended tort litigants, but now advocates exclusively for survivors of sexual abuse. Linda has appeared before all levels of Ontario's courts and has spoken at numerous legal events. Today, she will share her insights on the role of the civil justice system for survivors. Please welcome Linda.
That one? Okay. Can you hear me? Okay. So I was about to say it's a double whammy because you have me right before lunch. On a positive note, it's only 15 minutes. And it will be the most boring topic that you have to listen to today. So I'll do it quickly and get it over with fast so you can eat before we have more interesting speakers this afternoon. What is a civil lawsuit? Let's start with what it's not. It's not a criminal case. And Emily spoke very eloquently earlier about what a criminal case is and all of the inherent flaws in our justice system. Typically, when somebody comes to us or to any other lawyer for advice following a sexual abuse, historical sexual abuse, we always ask them and tell them about what their options are. And the first option is obviously you can report it to the police. And if you do that, that's fine. We'll wait until all of the criminal process is over before we actually implement a civil lawsuit. The reason for that is because if you start a civil lawsuit while you're in the process of a criminal lawsuit, you can bet that you are going to get cross-examined by the defense lawyer on the fact you're only doing this for money. And it's, quite a traumatic line of questioning. It's used all the time. And we have been doing some work with a group of Crown attorneys to try and deal with that whole issue and line of questioning to begin with. So to avoid that situation, we generally do not start a civil lawsuit until after a criminal process has been completed, if it's going to be completed. The difference between civil and criminal also relates to the fact that when you do go and report the crime to the police will investigate. They will take the results of their investigation to the Crown, and Crown will determine whether or not they'll lay charges. You, after providing your initial report and initial statement, are not involved in the process anymore. It's not a case of you versus them. It's a case of the Crown versus the accused. When you do a civil lawsuit, the civil lawsuit is you versus the perpetrator. It is a situation where the perpetrator is not going to go to jail as a result of a civil lawsuit. The main remedy that you obtain from a civil lawsuit is money. I mean, it's as straightforward as that. Some people will ask for apologies, but apologies are not something that can be ordered. Nor would anyone really want one, because if it's ordered, it's not genuine. So the whole purpose of a civil lawsuit is money. You have less of a burden than you do in a criminal lawsuit. In a criminal case, the Crown has to prove that what happened was beyond a reasonable doubt. It's quite a high burden. In a civil lawsuit, it's a balance of probabilities, so 51% chance that it happened versus didn't happen. Let's talk about who can be sued, and you'll notice I'm not using the PowerPoint because I just will not be able to coordinate everything. So who can be sued is obviously the perpetrator, but a lot of the work that we do in particular is historical, so often the perpetrators are long since deceased. You can sue the institution if there is an institution involved, like the CAS, schools, church, sports organizations, and you can sue in a civil lawsuit anyone that knew what was going on or should have known what was going on. So often family members, anybody else that had a really good idea about what was happening and didn't do anything. Why would you do that? So when you consider civil litigation, the last thing on earth that any, well, hopefully any lawyer wants to drag you through is the process if there's nothing for you to accomplish at the end. So the only thing you can receive is money, which means we want to make sure at the front end that there's money to be had. If it's an institution, it's not going to be a problem. But if it's an individual perpetrator, it's a big problem. It's a big problem if they don't have anything, they don't have a job, any of those things. Because to take you through what could be up to 5 years of litigation in the civil system, because if you think that criminal courts are slow, civil goes after anything criminal. So when there's criminal matters to be heard, because of that Jordan rule that Emily talked about earlier, the criminal matters always take precedent over any civil matter in court. So civil matters go on for a really long time, and they're very invasive in terms of looking at all of your records, all of your history, and there's no point in taking you through that process if there's nothing for you to obtain at the very end of that process. It would be not only re-traumatizing, but actually probably quite horrific for you to go through that, or for any of your clients to go through that. So the people will ask, like, if there's nobody to sue, you'll look at all of these different options, and one of them is, like I mentioned, which is, was there anybody that knew or should have known? Because if, for example, it was occurring in somebody's private home, then we can sue those people, and hopefully they have a home insurance policy that may be able to respond to the lawsuit. There's issues with that, but if it can respond, then there's something there. If they own the home, then there's probably equity in the home, so there's a reason to go after that. So that's why I talk about those other individuals. We try to find all the different pockets of where there might be something to pick, in the sense that we want to make sure that a survivor can obtain justice from the process. Is it easy? In some ways it is. I mean, if you go the criminal route and you have a criminal conviction at the end against that perpetrator, then it makes the civil process more about just talking how much do they owe you, as opposed to fighting over whether it happened, didn't happen. It can be easier if the perpetrator is actually deceased, because then you're not facing that person, particularly if the thought of facing that person is going to be extremely traumatic for you. It's also easy if you have a fairly clear pre-abuse history in terms of what your life was like. And the reason I mention that is because in order to compensate you with money, it's based on a thing called damages, and damages are what can be provided to you. So how have you been damaged? Have you been damaged in terms of your pain and suffering? Have you been damaged in terms of economic losses? Have you been damaged in terms of the ability to form other relationships? So I mentioned earlier that civil litigation is very invasive. So that's the not so easy part of it. What happens is, if you come in to a lawyer to talk about what you can do, you'll learn that you're going to have to produce and basically every single document that you've ever had generated on your behalf in your life. So they're going to start at day one of your life, and they're going to carry you through to the present time. And I'm talking about the defense lawyer on the other side, which means we're going to be getting all school records, all tax returns, all employment records, all medical records, all therapy records, full CAS file if that was relevant. So all of those things are open for the other side to look at, to analyze, to strategize, and what their goal will be is to pay you as little as they possibly can, whereas the people representing you are going to be looking to get as much as they possibly can for you. So to do that, they will attack all of those different things in your history. So they will look for prior trauma, they'll look for addictions, they'll look for difficulties with relationships. Obviously, so much of those types of things derive from the initial abuse that it makes it something that we argue that stems from what happened to them, whether it be as a child, whether it be as an adult. So many of those different things occur, and experts end up getting involved and giving opinions on that type of thing so that your damages can be established. I'll talk really quickly about what the steps are in the civil litigation, and these are very broad steps. The first is an intake, which we talked about, where we get a very detailed history of what happened. We start collecting documents, all of your documents. The biggest process you go through is what's called an examination for discovery, and in the examination for discovery, it's an opportunity for the lawyer for the defendant or defendants to ask you questions about your life, what happened. They'll talk to you about the abuse, they'll talk to you about your education, they'll talk to you about your jobs, they'll talk to you about your addictions, they'll talk to you about everything. It's not a cross-examination, it's different than that, it's an examination, so they can't challenge you on those issues like they would in open court. That process allows them to obtain a feel for how you present as a witness. It then enables discussions to happen after the discovery on where things will go next. Typically, things next go to a mediation or other settlement type of conference. If you cannot settle at a mediation, which involves having a neutral third party there to, frankly, carry offers back and forth between the parties, then you go to a pretrial and try once more, but a pretrial is actually in front of a judge, and a judge will provide you with a legal opinion as to what they believe the liability is in terms of who's responsible for what happened and what they believe the damages are, and they will try to resolve the case there. If that doesn't work, your matter goes to a trial, and it's something that doesn't happen very often in civil sexual abuse cases. Most of them, almost all of them, are resolved prior to a trial. But if a trial is required, then that's where everything ends, and at the end of a trial, you will obtain a judgment. So I know I was very quick in talking about a lot of those things. If anybody has any questions, feel free to ask or come and speak to any of us later on, and we can give you a little bit more information about the whole civil litigation process. Oh, sorry.
Just a short question. Why do you?
Thank you. Why do you think that most don't go to trial? I understand that there's lots involved, but what if someone wants to go to a trial to raise awareness?
So a civil trial is not necessarily going to raise much of any awareness just because of the venue for it. The venue for awareness tends to be more of a criminal trial. Most cases don't go to a civil trial because the law is not fully developed in certain areas of responsibility and in certain areas of damages. So it's risky for both sides. And that's the reason why lawyers, along with their clients, whether they're on the defense or the plaintiff side, will try to negotiate a resolution, knowing what those risks are. You know, the thing with a trial is you also have to pick the right case to take to a trial. So you have to be very solid on the issue that you want a judicial decision on, because the last thing you want to do in the survivor realm is create a decision that's going to impact like so many survivors, not just the one that's at the trial, but it could have a ripple effect on so many in so many different areas. So that's something that gets discussed towards the, like, if everything's failing before you get to that step.
I just had a brief comment. One thing I think does help is, and this is notwithstanding the effect that this can have on victims, and obviously the victim's health and well-being should come first, but notwithstanding that, if the victims are able, I think it is a good thing to sue institutions, because what I saw from working inside government is that when institutions are getting sued and getting sued in bigger numbers, that does drive change and reform. And so ultimately, that's why I decided to sue the institution, because it was the only way that they can be forced to hear what they're responsible for, and you can force change that way. And governments do respond when they suddenly see the liabilities piling up. So for those of us who want to drive change and can stomach civil litigation, I do think it can help push reform in the long term.
That's definitely true. Because money talks, right? And the more certain institutions are hit with the money aspect of it, the more they might work to change. One of those areas right now that we're working within is the child welfare system, which is the most broken system that exists. And the only thing that's going to help is the more times the government has to become involved in these lawsuits, the more money they have to spend. Maybe somebody will then start paying attention to the fact that, we have children that are being horrendously abused in care and dying in care.
Yeah, and their insurers should be helping too.
Sometimes there usually is insurers, but sometimes they're uninsured. Yeah. So, okay. Thank you.
What I'd like to do now is introduce our keynote speaker, Rick Westhead. Rick is a senior correspondent for TSN and a contributor to CTV News and W5. He's got about 25 years of award-winning investigative journalism behind him, and he covers some of the most interesting topics as far as I'm concerned, because he wants to cover sexual abuse in sports. And I think that shows incredible courage for a sports journalist in today's age. And I applaud it every single time I see him break something. I think it's great, so thank you. This man is making changes within some of the worst institutions that deal with sexual assault. So thank you again, and we're excited to hear you speak. Thanks. Thank you.
Just a quick question before I start. Who here has been interviewed by somebody in the media before? All of you. Great. Okay. So a couple weeks ago, I got a phone call from a man who lives in the East End of Toronto, and he asked if I'd meet with him and his wife. And we met for coffee, and they shared an experience that their daughter had gone through. And they told me that during the 2022-2023 winter sports season, that their daughter, who was then 16, was playing ringette. And that twice during the course of this season, that her coach, who was a man in his 40s, had walked into the dressing room of girls who were 16 without knocking, without making sure that they were ready for him to walk in. And when he walked in, they were, in a state of undress. So The family told me that they'd made a complaint about this behavior to the Ringette Association, and that the Ringette Association had suspended him twice. They'd done an investigation that had an independent third party, and he'd been suspended the first time this happened for 2 games, and the second time for 5 games. And what was interesting to me, and the reason that I thought it was worth doing a story, is what happened next. They told no one. They didn't tell Ringette Ontario. They didn't tell Ringette Canada. They decided to protect the reputation of the club and tell no one, and they kept it secret. And so, you know, for me, covering Ringette is obviously not TSN's bread and butter. We cover the Blue Jays and the Raptors and the Toronto Maple Leafs in professional sports. Yet, I think this story of the Ringette piece and the reporting that went into that, this was, you know, a series of probably a dozen interviews with that family, at least as many drafts of a story, all of which were vetted by our lawyers. There was a real investment in making sure that we did journalism that met our standards. And that was important because over the last couple of years at TSN, I think that our track record shows that we're really putting purpose ahead of our profits. And we're really trying to make a change. So I was hoping, I'm grateful to be here. Thank you for the invitation. I love the chance to talk about what journalism is and how we do it, because I think that there's a real misunderstanding that the public has about how our jobs actually work. So I wanted to talk a little bit briefly about my own career path and how I got to be at TSN and the reporting that I do here. But more importantly, I just want to kind of peel back the curtain a little bit and explain, like I said, how journalism actually happens, how we turn these tips, anonymous often, sometimes direct messages on Twitter or Instagram, and how that actually becomes investigative reporting. Journalism, of course, is under attack. The public trust in journalists has never been lower than it is right now. There's disinformation campaigns from, in some cases, governments around the world. The expression fake news is one that everyone, I'm sure, here is familiar with. And you know, at the same time, credible news organizations are being stripped bare. Newsrooms are being closed. No one is in the public. There are many people in the public now are no longer paying for news, and the price that has is that we can't sustain independent reporting, right? It costs money to do this work. So just to start with my story, I'm from Burlington, just outside Toronto, and I grew up actually I knew that I was going to be a journalist and a writer from the time, but even before I was a teenager. And I remember being in a writer's craft class in high school, and one of the assignments I had was to write a profile of someone. I went to school with the son of a man who was a broadcaster for the Toronto Blue Jays named Tom Cheek. So I went over as a 17-year-old and wrote a profile of Tom Cheek, and my teacher said, you know, if you get this published, we'll bump up your grade. And so that's how I started in journalism. I went to TMU, then called Ryerson, and I was always on the hustle, always looking for opportunities to freelance. One of those came in about 1995. The Toronto Blue Jays and all the other teams in Major League Baseball went on strike, and so I decided that I'd go and try for the Blue Jays. So that's me. I knew that I would be the first player cut, but that wasn't the point. The point was going down and writing about the experience, writing about what it was like to be on the field where the professional players played. So I sold that story to the Toronto Sun and was interviewed by the Star and other media outlets at the time. And I thought I was on my path. I was on the path. I was on my way to becoming a full-time journalist. Except, time and again, I'd apply to places like the Toronto Star and the Sun and the National Post and the Globe and Mail and the CBC and CTV and Global News. And I was told again and again, you're not what we're looking for. So I stayed on the hustle. I wound up getting a break by, I'd sent my resume off to the New York Times. And one day they called me and said, hey, our reporter can't make it to Ottawa to cover an Ottawa Senators game. Would you go in their place? I drove to Ottawa, and that led me to my first real break writing for the New York Times. I covered sports games. I covered, I asked athletes how they felt every day. The line of questioning, I'm sure you've seen it in sports locker rooms, is how you feeling? Tell me about the game. Tell me about your next game. And for me, like this was it was putting food on my table, but it wasn't fulfilling me at all. And so I quit that job and joined the Toronto Star with the goal of being a foreign correspondent. And that happened for me in 2009. And I moved my family to India, and we lived there for 4 years, and I covered Afghanistan on the ground. I covered insurgencies and conflict zones in Pakistan and Sri Lanka. And this was such an important time in my life because I got to befriend journalists who were local journalists who were covering these issues and didn't have the fortune that I did to, when my story was done, to get up and leave. And so this was a time when I really learned and saw firsthand the importance in these, that case, in these fragile democracies, of what it really meant to hold truth to power, what it meant to hold governments accountable. And I saw this through their example, and I thought, this is what I want to do with my life. This is what I want to do in journalism. So 2014, I'm back in Canada now, and TSN calls and says, why don't you come and learn television? And I told them I have no interest in covering games at all. And they said, no, like come, you can kind of go wherever you think the stories are. And over 10 years, the network has really held up their end of that bargain. It's been amazing. In 2020, in the middle of COVID, which was bad for everybody, it was especially bad for my family. My 14-year-old son was diagnosed with cancer, and he was admitted to Sick Kids. And for the better part of a year, I spent my time on the 8th floor at Sick Kids, kind of helping him in any way that I could. And during this time, I remember our nightly routine, Carter and I would kind of look at the sports highlights and read news, sports stories from around North America. And one of those stories we saw was about how a player for the Chicago Blackhawks, who was unnamed, had filed a lawsuit alleging that he'd been sexually assaulted by his coach in 2010. And that really struck me. I thought, what's happening with that story, and why am I not hearing about it in any of the other larger media outlets? So over the following 8 or 9 months, I wound up doing no fewer than 40 stories on this. I followed up, and every story that I did would lead to more tips and more stories. And finally, in the summer of 2021, there was enough public pressure on the Chicago Blackhawks organization that the team agreed to hire an independent law firm called Jenner & Block in Chicago to investigate. And months later, in October, the Blackhawks released the results of that investigation, which corroborated all of these allegations that John Doe was making. And I remember one night calling John Doe's lawyer, and this was the night that report came out, and saying, this is the moment, in my opinion, that your client should come out and tell their story publicly. There is huge public support for him, and I think that if he reveals himself on TV, that this is the moment the Blackhawks will agree to settle, and he will get the justice that he's been looking for. And so that led to this interview on TSN. This is just a snippet of it. Why come forward now? Putting your name out there, being on television, this is a big decision. And I wonder what your thought process was leading up to this point, and why you want to do this.
It's a big step for me in my process of recovery, as I process the events that happened, and as I truly deal with the underlying issues that I have from them. For me, I wanted to come forward and put my name on this. Partially, I'll be honest, it's already out there. The details were pretty accurate in the report, and it's been figured out. But more than that, been a survivor. I am a survivor. And I know I'm not alone. I know I'm not the only one, male or female. And I buried this for 10 years, 11 years. And it's destroyed me from the inside out. And I want everybody to know, in the sports world and in the world, that you're not alone. That if these things happen to you, you need to speak up, because there is support systems like Sheldon Kennedy, like the US gymnastics team, like the USA soccer. There is support systems. There is people that are with you. And I hope that this entire process can make a systematic change to make sure this never happens again.
So in my opinion, the day that we aired this was the most important day in the history of TSN. We went on the air in 1984. This interview was 27 minutes, and we ran this off the top of SportsCenter, uninterrupted, with no commercials. We had news organizations from around the world, including our direct competitor, Sportsnet, ask they wanted to use clips. And we said, you can use whatever you want. As much of it as you want, you can use anything you want. You don't have to credit TSN, just get Kyle's message out there. And this story changed kind of the course of my life professionally. The floodgates opened. I would say that since that interview in October 2021, there has not been a week pass in the last 4 years that I haven't had someone come to me and say they want to share their story, whether it's privately, whether it's because they're looking for accountability from organizations. In some cases, people want their names publicized. I did a story about a man named Tim Tisdale, who was a student at Notre Dame College in Wilcox, Saskatchewan. And for 100 years, Notre Dame has been known, they produced this hockey team called the Hounds. Wendell Clark went there, an NHL star who played for the Toronto Maple Leafs, Curtis Joseph. And that school, which was founded by priests 100 years ago, has only received love and glory from the Canadian media. And then we did a story talking about, abuse that happened to one of their former students, and that is going to lead to more reporting. I'm trying to keep up with all the former students who've actually messaged me. I'd guess it's about 40 so far, and we'll do more reporting on that. Why come another case was Tori Sullivan, a player in the who played professional women's hockey, and she shared her story of being allegedly assaulted by a football player at Boston College when she was a student there, and how when she went to the school chose to support the football player and basically throw her out. So it was a moment for her, and again to have her voice and to use the TSN's platform to talk about that. This reporting is really hard. Unlike the professionals who are here, I have no training in this about being trauma informed, and we make a lot of this up as we go. There's a real test where editors and I will talk and, well, what's the right thing to do with this story? Does this story fit? Does it meet the bar for us to go down the road? And we don't get it right all the time. Shortly after, we reported on, Yeah, we don't get it right all the time, and I'd love to talk about some of the mistakes that we have made as well. But the truth is, like, after Kyle Beach's story came out, and after we started to do these other stories, and after so many people came forward saying we want to talk about this, TSN made the decision that we were going to own this space in media, that it was going to cost us financially, but we thought that this was the right thing to do, and that it was in the public interest and it was for the public good. So TSN actually created some spots, I'll just show you one of them, to promote this kind of work.
Investigative journalism gives a voice to people who have not had a voice. These are often uncomfortable topics.
It took me too long to ask for help.
Our dedication to the work prompts more athletes to come forward with their stories.
The one thing that I want to make sure that comes from this is change. It was important to me to have that truth come out.
So again, we air this spot, and more people come forward, and that includes athletes from every sport in Canada: figure skating, alpine skiing, gymnastics, wrestling, soccer, every single sport. And it was a bit overwhelming, to be honest. What's interesting, and what I was hoping to tell you about, like, we have in journalism rules, and they're sort of like rules because they've always been there. So, one of the rules is, well, we don't show people what we're going to publish before we publish it, right? We don't do that. And we started down the road with the group of gymnasts, including Amelia Klein, who was a panelist just before lunch. And we invested over 2 years working on this full-feature documentary called Broken, which is still on Crave. And it was an interesting learning process. One of the things that the gymnasts in that case shared with us was they were really upset about being told that they would not be able to see this feature before the entire public saw it, and at the same time as the people who they were alleging had hurt them saw it. And so I remember going back to my colleagues at TSN and saying, like, is saying that this is a rule only because it's always been done this way, is that good enough? Or should we try to figure out, like, how do we help these people get what they're looking for without compromising the integrity of the reporting? And so in that case, we sent out a link to the families 12 hours before it was going to be posted on Crave. It went up on a Saturday morning. And so we showed them this feature the Friday night with the understanding that there would be no changes to it, that we were just giving them as a courtesy the chance to see this first. And that sort of is one of the ideas, like, how can we do right? How can we help people? That informs the reporting that we do. Another thing we'll say to somebody if we decide that it works and we're going to go down the road to do a story is, this is your story. And if at any time until the moment this is published or broadcast, if you change your mind, then there's no story. That's a tough promise to keep sometimes. There have been 2 occasions where we've flown a crew across Canada to do an interview, and the person said, no, I'm not ready to do this. So in each of those cases, that is a decision that cost us a lot of money, because we held up our end and we said no. But that's the right thing to do. And also, if those people ever do decide to tell their stories, I have no doubt that they're going to come back to us, because we have established that we are trustworthy. And if they know other people in their community who are looking for an outlet to talk to, I have no doubt that they'll recommend TSN. So I'll show you a little clip from this documentary on gymnastics that's on Crave.
For a while, I just buried it, and then the nightmares started happening.
I was like screaming in pain. I'd be like, stop, you're hurting her. And then she'd be like, shut up.
Those years are just a blur of pain and misery.
I'm just coming to terms with it.
We allowed child abuse to happen and didn't confront it.
The whole gym was run through fear.
I said stop a couple times, but she didn't stop.
That sort of thing was just so normalized. It was just another day in the gym.
There was a lot of potential. I think I could have gone much further.
It was a clear message to everybody in the gym world that if you speak out, you are punished.
I was very specifically instructed not to speak about it with Gymnastics Canada or anyone else.
The number of athletes who have sat silent for a long, long time, those stories have gone underground.
It's just this group of little girls that seem to be under attack in the sport.
I'll never move on from it. It's not something that just goes away.
I am a former national gymnast and the lead plaintiff in the class action that was filed.
It's time to step up and acknowledge the hundreds of gymnasts speaking out about the sport's toxic culture. I hear you and I believe you.
People need to know what happened.
So the weeks and the months pass, and we do more reporting on this and more reporting on this. And like I said, we don't always get it right, and it's all learning. I remember when we were doing this feature, Broken, I remember being in Sarnia, in the home of a woman in her 30s. And I went into that story thinking, again, without any education or any grounding in this subject, thinking that there were different kinds of abuse. And the worst was clearly sexual abuse in my mind. And then physical abuse wasn't as bad. And then psychological abuse probably wasn't as bad as that either. And then I remember sitting in the home of this woman in her 30s. And she shared with me how on the day of her wedding, she put on her wedding dress and she looked in the mirror on what should have been the happiest day of her life. And she told me that all she could hear was the voice of this gymnastics coach from when she was 11 years old say to her when she had walked in the gym one morning, so excited to be there, wearing her leotard, ready to go. And this coach says to her, "You look like you have a watermelon in your stomach. What's going on?" And I thought to myself at the time, she has held on to that and it's hurt her for 20 years. And so who am I to say that her suffering, her abuse is not as bad as someone else's? So even though I'm not a subject matter expert in this area like you are, I still think that it's important as a reporter to treat everybody the same and to be careful with everyone who comes and to be honest with them about, what their expectations should be dealing with the media, and, walking people through how this works, how long it can take. And, I'm learning about how to ask better questions. Like when someone comes first with a story, asking them, what do you hope to achieve with this? By going public, what do you want to achieve? Do you want us to use your name? And if you do, what consequences could there be for you? And some people do, absolutely. Tori Sullivan, there was no question that she wanted her name made public. Other people, are less inclined to. And so we walk through kind of what that looks like and how that makes the reporting more difficult and how we have to kind of go to more ends to corroborate what they've told us. Anyways, this reporting on reporting leads to a phone call. And at the time, it's May 2022, and I'm in Belgrade, Serbia, doing a soccer feature on a goalie for Team Canada. And I get a phone call from someone saying, you need to get to London, Ontario, and you need to pull a lawsuit that's just been filed. It's called EM versus Hockey Canada. And this opened the country's eyes, I think, to the underbelly of Canadian hockey culture. It's more than that, it's Canadian sports culture. And so we reported the story May 26, 2022, about this lawsuit. And again, remember the context here. TSN, the company that I work for, is our single most important corporate partner is Hockey Canada. Our single largest source of revenue are the World Juniors Hockey Tournament. And so we did a story that literally blew that up. And we did it putting purpose ahead of profits because it was the right thing to do. That doesn't mean, again, that we get it right all the time. At the same time, in the weeks after we report that story, I get a tip about another story, about a case in 2003 where a young woman allegedly is sexually assaulted by players on Team Canada in Halifax. And in that story, I don't have the slide here for that, but in that story, what I wrote was that this young woman was allegedly unconscious, and while she was unconscious, a group of players had sex with her. And I was cooked online, and I had hundreds of people message me and remark that I had no business in this space reporting on this if I couldn't get my language right. And so I'll be honest, I was very defensive in the first few moments, and I was thinking, look at all the work that we've done. Look at everything we've done to try to affect a positive change. But then, I tried to, look at it from the other perspective. How could I have done better? How did I fall short? And I quickly came to understand that the language, that there is no consensual sexual act, that it shouldn't have been described as sex, that I should have written that this woman was sexually assaulted, allegedly, while she was unconscious. And it took close to a month for me to respond to everyone who had reached out to me on LinkedIn and Instagram and Twitter and everywhere else. Some people got my emails too, and cell phone. And it's interesting, that was a lot of phone calls and a lot of conversations, but every single person, when I called them and said, let's talk about this, and I'd start off by saying, I'm sorry, I got it wrong, I should have done better, the public deserved better from me, and I'm going to try to be better in the future, and we've corrected the story to change the language. Every single person, first, I'd say most of them couldn't believe that I was actually taking the time to phone them, but every person was really, really grateful for that conversation. And the lesson that I took away from that was, when you're wrong as a reporter, own it. Say that you're wrong. So again, reporting leads to more reporting, and I get it, and it leads to, in this case, it actually leads to change. In January 2024, earlier this year, the London police held a press conference where they said that they had screwed this up. They apologized to EM, the alleged victim in this case, and that they were charging 5 players who were members of Canada's 2018 World Juniors team. I was in court yesterday. I saw 3 of those players. I'm going back to court as soon as we're done here to follow through the case. It'll probably take up the better part of the next 6 months to follow that story. But what's interesting is, in that press conference in January, a young woman's watching, and she's messaging me as she's watching this press conference. And that leads to me meeting up with her. And she shares with me the story of how she alleges that in 2014, when she was 22, she had had a casual relationship with a young 19-year-old player in the Ontario Hockey League. And she told me that he invited her over in November of that year to the billet home where he was staying during the hockey season. And that when she went there, everything seemed fine. The billet parents were watching TV in the living room. And he guided her down to the basement, and instead of just him and a friend there watching hockey, which is what she'd been led to believe would happen, there was 8 players. And she told me that the guy who invited her took her into the bathroom, and what started as consensual fooling around quickly became a group sexual assault. And she told me that she was assaulted for about an hour by 8 hockey players. So again, that first interview with her is in January. I speak to her, I go back to her home, I go back to her community to meet with her. I checked my notes on this 9 times, 9 interviews. Who did you talk to? So and again, my job in this is not just to hear what she says and put it out, blast it out on the national media. I have to fact check it, right? I have to challenge everything she said. I have to know, who did you tell at the time that you say that this happened? Turns out that she spoke to a friend. She called a friend on the way home from this billet home. So I spoke to that friend and did an independent interview with her and asked her what she remembered about that phone call and what her friend had reported to her. Anyways, that reporting finally led a few weeks ago to this story on CTV, and I'll just show you a quick snippet of it.
I realized that it was not just him and a couple of buddies. There were 8 players in that room.
Anne-Marie says she was led into the bathroom by the player who invited her over, and what started as consensual fooling around became a group sexual assault.
Next thing I know, more players start coming in. They just begin taking their turns, some more than once.
And as you can imagine, that story has led to more tips, which we're chasing down and following up on. One of the most frustrating things about this job is that it does not seem to lead to real change. There are some organizations who, when confronted with a phone call from me or the media, will, reflexively say, yeah, we're looking into this, we're doing this. But it really, truly boggles my mind how our governments, I mentioned the ringette story off the top, How is this not a layup for our governments? If you asked anyone in cabinet at any level of government, is it important to you to keep children safe? Who says no to that? It just seems so obvious. And yet, you know, our story comes out on Ringette and we talk about a lack of transparency and secrecy, and the response from the government is silence. Instead of saying, yeah, you're right, we should be making organizations be transparent about this, they instead see me and see the media as an enemy, someone who's made them look bad on a given day. And I wish that would change. I love what I do. I have people all the time who talk about how unusual it is for TSN to be in this space, but I really do feel, and I think you have to feel, that it is going to lead to a positive change and make Canadian sports a safer place. And I'll just share, I got an email from a message on social media, and I'll just share it because there's days when I think like this is hopeless. What's the point of this? You know, after 2 years of reporting on Hockey Canada, after 2 years of parliamentary hearings, after 2 years of national scandal and embarrassment and losing sponsors and seeing their entire board turned over, Hockey Canada today still refuses to be public about any of this. I did a story a year ago about 2 coaches in the Greater Toronto Hockey League. And these coaches walked into their dressing room with 14-year-old boys after a practice one day and said to one of the boys, well, what are you doing on your phone? And the kid said, well, I'm looking at my fantasy football stats. And the coach said, well, if you're too busy looking at fantasy football, how are you going to possibly have time to get laid? And the parents of this boy, and then the coach went on to talk about his own sexual history with 14-year-old boys. And the parents of this boy made a complaint to Hockey Canada, and these 2 coaches were suspended for 6 months. And who did Hockey Canada tell? No one. They kept it secret, and the only reason that the names of those men are public is because they're on TSN's website in connection with the story. And what did they do when they were suspended by Hockey Canada? They walked across the street, literally, to a private hockey academy and started coaching there the next day. Nevertheless, I'm hopeful. And again, one of the reasons for hope is the confidence that we have earned with people who come to us for stories and the messages that we receive. And I'll read you one. I've got permission to read this. Obviously, I've taken out any identifying information. Hi, Rick. I've wanted to message you for some time, but it's been so hard to write this. I was sexually abused by my grandfather. It started when I was 5, and it lasted for years. And I kept this a secret for many years until I saw your reporting on TSN. I've been hospitalized several times after trying to take my life, and it's hard to explain why. I've done well in the workforce. I've got children, and I've got a loving spouse. But my abuse feels like a poison that has infected every part of my body, and I can't get it out. I have read and watched all of your reporting on Hockey Canada. I just want you to know that your reporting is making a difference. I think it may have saved my life because it has given me the confidence to tell my family about what's happened to me. I feel like because survivors like Kyle Beach have come forward and are now happy, that maybe I can find some peace. He was referencing Kyle being happy because I posted something on Twitter about how Kyle is now expecting a baby with his partner and is now coaching hockey in British Columbia. So this person finishes writing, thanks to you and all of your TSN team for doing what you're doing. And he writes 3 times, please do not stop. And then he says, my thanks to your TSN team for doing what you do. Thank you. And so that's why we do what we do. That's why we put purpose over profits. That's why you won't catch me covering a Team Canada hockey game or an NBA game or an NFL game, because this work is more important. And I love hearing from people about their perspectives on journalism, and I'm happy to answer any questions about anything that we do at TSN, or just general questions about media if you have them. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. Hi.
On. Test. Okay. So I have spoken to different reporters, and I've had good experiences and some where they've said, this isn't quite what we're looking for. And this is not on the topic that we're discussing today. So I'll just mention that to make a distinction. So I guess my question for you is, and I do have another question that's more personal about self-care for you, if you're willing to share. But what's a way to redirect someone that does want to speak up, but maybe it doesn't meet the need of the reporter? Because that can be quite discouraging when someone says, oh, it's too bad that happened, but it's not good enough to share with the public.
Good question. First, I would never phrase it as it's not good enough to share.
Well,
I hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
What I would say, and I've done this work it's all I've ever done. So I know media across Canada. And so if someone came to me with, whether it was with a case of abuse in another space, first, if I thought it met the threshold for what we should do, because again, these stories, like the one I just showed you from W5, that took 10 months, right? That took a lot of time. But if it's not sports, so what? Why can't I do that for CTV if it's not sports? So I'm open to it if the story kind of works. And to me, that threshold again is not just not only someone's story of abuse, it's what happened within the organizations that failed, and how can we effect a change to make that better. And if it doesn't work for me, I've had experiences where I'll suggest other reporters, I'll make an introduction, I'll call I've got buddies at the Globe and Mail, I've got buddies at the Toronto Star, CBC, and it's interesting because I think sometimes when a reporter gets a phone call from another reporter saying, hey, I've got a story you might want to chase, the first response is usually negative. It's usually, well, if you're sending me this story, it's because you don't think it's a good enough story. So I'll try to address that up front by saying, I need to talk to you on the phone. And then if I get them on the phone, I'll say, hey, this is a good story. You're the first person I've told about this. And if you don't want to do this, tell me, but you're going to want to do this. And so that's led to, some success stories that way. But the truth is, I haven't been able to help everybody. And, I think I just try to say, this is not to discount your own experience. Unfortunately, I don't have enough resources and time, and I'm one person at an entire network. So, that's not a pleasant phone call.
Well, that's helpful. And even saying, this is a really important topic, let's keep in touch. But I like your suggestion of trying to help pass along the story. My other question, if it's okay, how do you take care of you? You mentioned you don't have that training that you feel you wish you had. It's really hard to hear stories. So what do you do to take care of yourself if you're willing to share?
I've not been really great at that, in terms of something that's by design. When I was covering foreign affairs for the Toronto Star, I saw death on a regular basis happen in front of me. I was the subject of a kidnapping attempt in Pakistan. I covered a tsunami in Japan where I remember going into one community that had not yet been, where me and another reporter were there before the Red Cross were there. And I remember there was a daycare down by the water, and there were in trees, there were bodies of victims. And so it would be smart for me to have been more proactive. I should have done this. And I'm able to compartmentalize right now. Right now I'm writing a book about the culture of elite minor hockey and junior hockey in Canada. And the stories I'm hearing even now, the hockey world's response to all of this reporting, including what I just showed you, is we acknowledge that things used to be bad in the 90s, but it's better now. Well, again, I've interviewed more than 60 players in the last months, and one quick story. I remember I played hockey this summer, and this is what people in the hockey world don't think about me. They think I'm just trying to burn it all down, and I hate it. I love hockey. It's the best sport. I love playing it. I play it 3 times a week. I played it growing up. My boy plays it. I coached him in the GTHL here in Toronto. I think at its best, it's amazing. And I played hockey this summer, and I meet a guy who's on my team, and he tells me that his son was drafted in the Ontario Hockey League, and he had a 10 out of 10 experience with hockey. And I said, I'd love to hear about that. So we go out for breakfast, the three of us, Tom, his son Marcus, and me. And over the course of breakfast, Marcus shares with his dad for the first time that playing junior meant all of being basically verbally abused by his coach all season. He was drafted in the first round of the OHL, but he didn't make it in the OHL. But his coach in junior A would call him first round draft pick sarcastically all year. They had rookie duties. He'd have to do the laundry for a veteran player all season. He'd have to buy dinner for a veteran player 6 times a season. And finally, when he finished this laundry list of stuff that happened to him, I said, well, at least you didn't have to go through hazing. This was 2018. And he said, oh, no, we did. We were taking a bus trip back from Buffalo to Toronto, to Aurora. He played for junior A in Aurora. And on the bus trip, the veterans told all 5 of us rookie players to come to the back of the bus, told us to strip naked, and we all had to jam in together in the bathroom on the charter bus. And if you could have seen the look on his father's face as he's hearing this for the first time, I remember looking at his Tom and saying, like, how do you feel right now, hearing about this from your son? And he was angry. He felt betrayed. He felt embarrassed that his son had not told him and trusted him with this information before. And I told him, I said, I got to follow up with you after you tell your wife. I want to know what her reaction is. So that's, yeah. I can kind of go off on a tangent here, so sorry. Anybody else?
Hi.
And I'm working on it. Hi.
Good afternoon. Thanks for your presentation. I just want to take a moment for a collective breath. As you've been speaking, sharing all of these stories, there's lots of sighs in the crowd, and I see arms going up and everything. And sorry, I'm a director of a sexual assault center, so also letting you know and letting folks in the room know that you don't have to do this work by yourself. I hear you say, I'm not trauma informed. I speak to survivors not knowing what to do. There are supports and services available for everybody, not just survivors, but allies and folks who are helping professionals too, or just professionals in the community that want to work with survivors. The Ontario Coalition of Rape Crisis Centers is available at sexualassaultsupport.ca, and they have a page specifically for the media, how to use the right words, what words to use, and resources as well. But for everybody present here today, the stories that we've been hearing and continue to hear, and just the topics that we're talking about, sexual assault is hard to hear about, even if we haven't experienced it ourselves. Vicarious trauma is real. And so my colleagues, I'm sitting beside one of them right now, are from the Toronto Rape Crisis Center, Multicultural Women Against Rape. They have a 24-hour, 7 days a week crisis line available, and that's available for survivors, for allies, for helping professionals, for all of us here listening to these conversations. And it's just like, I just need someone to talk to. I'm just gonna vent. I'm not a survivor, but I heard about this and it's impacting me. So feel free to take the phone number down, 416-597-8808. 416-597-8808. It is available online too. No one took out their phone.
Is Dina Haddish at the Ontario, yeah? So I mean, and
Dina,
I will reach
yes.
out, like I've talked to Dina a bunch. I do this, you're right. I do this regularly. I will call, I think all of them, everyone is run by a woman that I've talked to, but I will call women who run these centers and say, I need help. Like, what do I do? How do I write this? Again, like I made them a mistake in my writing. And the commitment, we tell this to our kids all the time, right? It's okay to make mistakes, but learn from your mistakes. So one of the things I've learned from that mistake is be very careful on the writing. And so one of the ways I'm careful is reaching out to people like you are just mentioning for advice.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, that was all.
I just want to say thank you. I have big warm feelings for you, and I applaud your efforts, and I thank you for everything you've done. I mean, you are really modeling, like, it's okay to speak out about these injustices, and you kept your job, it seems. So you're kind of like you're making it okay for so many other people to be brave enough to, something over profit?
Purpose before profits?
Before profits. So what's right, not what's easy. And you said your biggest client was the one you were exposing, and you did it, and you were so brave to speak up and do what's right, and you kept your job. So for me, that's like, I just think of St. Mike's College, and I think of, you know, institutions that have gone through such trauma and been exposed for things that are so horrible. And you said change is hard, but change is happening. Like you are really making change. And you said you're not trained in trauma-informed care, but some of the core concepts are to be compassionate, to be caring, to be what was the other word I was thinking of? Careful. You are demonstrating concepts of trauma-informed care because you are caring and compassionate, and you're listening, and you're doing this really important work. And I think change is really gonna happen because of it. So I just wanted to thank you and just commend your bravery, because I can imagine having a job and speaking out against the biggest client is really, really frightening and risky.
Thank you. Not to say, it's not always easy. Like TSN, and I give TSN credit for letting me do this work. It does not make me popular, right? Like
here it does.
No, these are my people, obviously here. But like, you know, even not, and I'm not just talking about like in the hockey community and in the hockey world. Like I know even within TSN, it's hard for people, and I'm sure that, you know, they're the reporters and the group is over here, and I'm on my own over here, and I'm fine with that, right? That's fine, because I know we're doing the right thing.
Hi. First of all, I just want to echo thank you so much. I grew up in Sarnia, so an OHL town, and I went to school at Brock, so Niagara Ice Dogs is there. So I experienced a lot of what has gone on in the hockey league. And so when this story came out, I think I was like, finally, you know, like it was like, wow, so many people have been living with this for years. And so, I've been following it all, and so incredible. But I do have a question. So I spoke earlier this morning. And so basically, my case, I was sexually assaulted. I went through the court process, testified, endured cross-examination, but due to staffing shortages, my case was tossed under Jordan timeline. After that, I did a lot of media appearances, and actually my name was used numerous times in Legislative Assembly. And so Kristen Wong-Tam, MPP of Toronto Centre, basically I have my post that I made on Instagram, so I'm just gonna read it. But Kristen Wong-Tam asked the Premier, what do you have to say to Emily and all the survivors seeking justice after allowing their rapists to walk free? And Doug Downey spoke, the Minister of Attorney General spoke on Doug Ford's behalf and had a lot of words to say, but essentially said that the official opposition, or the NDP, are chasing headlines and politicizing people's tragedies. And so I just kind of asking you, who's somebody who is a reporter, and who puts yourself in these spaces to hear people's pain and hear people's tragedy and try to find some healing and some justice from this. I wonder what you think of that.
I think I see it for what it is. You know, I know my grandparents ran a dairy farm just outside Tillsonburg, in a little place you'd never see it on a map, called Brownsville. And I know he didn't coin this phrase, but my grandpa would always, as we were walking around the farm, he would always say to me, deeds versus words, deeds versus words. And so who better than politicians to come up with great words, right? And again, our job as journalists, and I challenge colleagues about this all the time, and I'll try to do it subtly, not in a way to embarrass anyone, but what are we doing? Are we doing this job because we want to have followers on Instagram or Twitter? Are we doing this job because we like going to hockey rinks and we want to be around pro athletes? Why are we doing this job? What do we hope when we are done that people who look back and reflect on our body of work, what did we do to make things better? And, you know, that conversation is awfully tough to have with reporters. But when you read those comments, where my head goes immediately is into like reporter mode. Like, we need to file some freedom of information requests. I need to know all the conversations happening behind the scenes in government about this. We need to talk to police associations about how they feel. What do the senior crowns say about Jordan? How many Jordan cases are there, right? Like, data can inform some of the best reporting. I haven't seen anybody do a story that actually explains across Canada how many cases like yours, and I'm very sorry for that. Simona told me that you're the one person I should see before. I mean, everybody here, but you especially before I leave. But
Thanks, Simona.
Yeah, but like, how many cases are there in Canada that are being kicked because of Jordan? Does anyone? Sorry? Mine as well. Yours as well. But how many? And if each province is the number, and if the governments are not tracking this, that's unacceptable. How are they not tracking it? And again, so why isn't the media doing that reporting? And why aren't we holding them accountable for that? Like, note to self, well, that might not be the best TSN story, but that needs to be, that story needs to happen.
Well, and honestly, so when I heard about the Hockey Canada case, I had just had my case stayed, and I was like, somebody needs to contact her and tell her about this, because if you advocate for yourself, do you know what I mean? Like, if you advocate for yourself, if you know about this, then you can push as hard as you can. But in the back of my mind, I was like, if this gets tossed, like, do you know what I mean? And it's still kind of, yeah. But.
It's interesting, like being in court yesterday, and like I said, I'll be there later this afternoon. There's 3 hockey players there now, Michael McLeod, Dylan Dubé, and Alex Formenton. And they're, and I'm very careful about like how I write about this, and I should be careful about how I speak about it publicly too. In the hallways of the court, they seem very confident. And I think, like, I don't know if it's appropriate to start asking them questions during a preliminary hearing, but I look at them and I've got a million questions for them, and it's where I think their story, and I'm not an expert on this, but their lawyers, who are 5 extremely experienced, well-paid lawyers, I think they believe that those players are going to be acquitted, and they are trying to push. They had a trial date of September 2025, and that trial date was moved up, and the players want it moved up because they believe that if they are acquitted, that there is a path back to the NHL for them by September. Knowing what I know about the case and knowing we're going to be reporting on it one way or another, right? There's a lot of information that's not in the public space yet, and it'll be interesting because, you know, the NHL has its own rules, and being acquitted of a crime does not mean that the NHL wants you in their league. And it'll be a really interesting test if that does happen, if they are acquitted, whether the NHL says that, you know, and the NHL's made so many questionable judgment calls lately about who hockey really is for. We've seen them back away from things like gay pride tape. We've seen their deeds versus words, as my grandfather would say, right? Hockey is for everyone. Their deeds do not back that up.
I just have it's more of a question. It's kind of in relation to what you've been talking about. I was a university athlete for track and field, and I'm from Ottawa originally, and the club that I was with, which is the Ottawa Lions Club, I believe, was kind of investigated for something similar. And I think the coaches were kind of let go, I believe. And some of my friends were kind of victims of this. And at the time going through schooling, it was pretty much entrenched in the culture, so I didn't really think much of it at the time. And then a lot of my friends who were kind of going on to the Olympics, they kind of felt like they need to be silenced in order to kind of further their athletic career. So I guess the question is, like, what's an effective way to kind of address these things before, like, it's an after the fact kind of situation? Because I think this investigation happened several years after I graduated could have been like 3 to 4 years. And I found out just because I was doing some volunteer work with Athletics Ontario, and the coaches there knew about what happened with the club team in Ottawa, which also represents the University of Ottawa GG's team. So that is the only club team at the time, I believe, in Ottawa. It's the Ottawa Lions Club. And then they were kind of also in charge of the GG's team. So it's kind of like, and I think a lot of the people that came forward were my friends. And I thought back, and I was asked, it's like, well, did you notice anything? And I was like, well, yeah, like some of these things did happen, but it was such a normalized thing. And it's like, I guess, like I found myself like questioning whether or not like if it was inappropriate, or like, and why didn't anyone come forward with this sooner? And what's the most effective mode to kind of address it before it becomes like a bigger investigative issue? Let's say, I don't know, because it's like, I think everyone kind of knew, and I was only on the team, I guess, for 5 years, but a lot of these kids were a part of this club since like their youth, right? So that means it's been going on for like, could be 10, 15 years for some of them if they started when they were really young, but nothing was addressed until like, I guess, like 5 years after, like 2011 or so, in that time frame, I would say.
I'm trying to
Big
follow.
question.
I'm trying to follow you there. I guess I would just answer that by saying, you talked about being a university.
Yeah.
I think that is one of, like, if I look at my list, things to do in 2025, if it's not at the top, it's close to the top. Universities in Canada. They're the most secretive organizations in our country. They protect brand ahead of everything else. I've done some reporting on Canadian universities, but every time you go to a school and ask even like, well, tell me about the number of allegations that your school is receiving, they won't even give you that. Yeah. And to me, that's a real, the non-answer is an answer. Mm-hmm. Oh.
Go ahead. Oh, we have one more question? Sorry.
One more question?
Okay. One more question. Hi, like the others, I'd like to thank you for your work. I have a question about where this is going in society. I know we had the Me Too movement in 2017, and for many of us that was very encouraging as victims to come forward. But now I'm watching what's happening in the US. Donald Trump was elected president, and he is known to have committed sexual assault. And he's nominated people for his cabinet that are also have been credibly accused of assault. And with all that out there, he got elected. So what are you seeing from your perspective, being in the media and looking at it? Are we entering an era where this kind of reporting is going to be less receptive? Or, what's your advice and what are your insights into where we're at right now?
I mean, if I'm being honest, my advice in my own home with my kids is don't watch the news, which is hard to say. This is what I do. I honestly don't know. I think if my mind goes there, it's very hard to process. So instead, I would rather just sort of stay in here and do what I do, right? I can't. Not one of us alone. And this is just how I feel. So other people might feel differently. I don't feel like I can change the system, but when people call me, maybe I can help them. And so I just focus on what I can do with the platform that we have, which is, and that's no small thing. Like TSN and CTV together, the two networks I work for, I love it. I sent an email this morning to the head of a national sport organization. And the email, I know right now this person is like it's not a great email for them. But holding these organizations accountable, that's my modest role in this. And your question about, I interviewed Donald Trump back in 2000, which is a story, but it's not a story. It's not a story for here. I don't know what to tell you about like a global worldview or even what's happening in the U.S. I mean, we'll see. Good?
Yeah, thank you, Rick.
Thank you. Thanks.
I've got a healthy disdain for journalists. My dad was a journalist.
Great.
But I do hold journalists to a very, very high standard. And you meet it and exceed it all the time. The conversations that we've had, you may not have had any training in this, but you get it. So thank you for shedding light on it. One of my first sexual assault cases was the Maple Leaf Gardens cases back in the late 90s. And then nobody wanted to report on it. And if they did, it was so not helpful to the survivors. And we have come a long way. And thank you. Thank you very much for what you do. Thanks so much.
Yeah, that's great. Good.
Yeah, it's great. It's perfect. So up next, I'm not sure if following Rick is going to be easy, but if anybody can do it, it's our next speaker. His name is Mark Hawkins. I met Mark many moons ago. He was a client of ours, and I have always looked at Mark as one of my inspirational stories. He has come such a long way from the man who first came into my office. I don't know how many years ago, a decade and a half ago, I think. And he has grown and flourished and had pain and has surmounted it. And he's got a wonderful story. It's a story full of hope, and it's also a story that we all need to hear because we often forget the amount of pain that survivors go through, and getting over some of it and being able to tell a story has made such a difference to Mark's life. So I want to introduce you to Mark Hawkins. He is a recipient of the Queen's Jubilee Medal, something of that nature, something big. He's spoken at lots of different police organizations with regards to trying to help the police become a little bit better at this. And he's always been a really huge supporter of ours. And thank you, Mark, because you're one of the people that I look to when I have a bad day going, okay, why am I doing this? It's people like you, so thank you.
Thanks, Simona.
Thank you.
Just get a quick drink of water. Anyways, thank you, Simona. As Simona said, my name is Mark Hawkins. I'm going to tell you my story. It's involving the Catholic Church. I was abused by a Catholic priest, so I don't want to hammer the Catholic Church, but in my situation, they handled it wrong, and many other young boys and girls. Anyways, I grew up in downtown Toronto, the Logan and Gerrard area, if you know that area. My parents had a few children, 5 boys, 5 girls. I was the youngest of 5 boys. I had 2 younger sisters, but big Catholic family. I had 2 uncles that were priests and one that was a deacon. So the church was really influential in our lives. The church I went to was just around the corner from our house. It was on First Avenue, straight at Gerrard, just east of Broadview. And that's where we grew up. And I went to St. Anne's School. The church was called St. Anne's, and the school was called St. Anne's. So that's where I grew up. And I think my mom wanted me to be a priest, but Father Mark never became Father Mark. So having 10 children, my childhood was great. I was a hyper young child, never got in trouble at school. And it was about in grade 4 that my life changed. We had this new priest come to our church. His name was Father John O'Donnell. He was fairly young back then, probably early 40s. He was the pastor, and we had an associate pastor. His name was Father Vandenberg, and he was just such a great priest. So that's why I don't like to hammer all of them. He was great. He moved on to go to Newmarket. But Father O'Donnell, remember it was the springtime when he came, and my mom invited me. I had to go to church. You had to go to church every Sunday. So I think I had baseball or something Sunday, so we had to go Saturday. Well, Father O'Donnell was the priest. And back then, the service was really quick. It was like 40 minutes. And if you're Catholic, that's pretty quick. So I said to my mom, I really like Father O'Donnell. I want to come to his masses all the time. Mass ended. My mom introduced me to him. Slowly, that's where I think that's when he targeted me as one of his victims, because there was other boys as well. So shortly after that, I became an altar boy. And the way the way he grew me, he did two things. He grew my parents, because my parents loved him. He'd come to our house. Back then, this is in the 70s. Back then, he would come to our house after Mass, which was only like a 2 or 3 minute walk, and sit and have tea with my parents. And my parents were active in the church, and they had got married at that church, and my grandparents got married there. So it was really influential in our family. And having the priest come was the best. So they loved him right from day one. And being a hyper child, my Father O'Donnell started helping us out, and I started spending a lot of time with him. I became an altar boy, and I basically became the altar boy for him. And slowly, what I realized as I got older, he was very touchy-feely, and he slowly made it normal that he'd always hugging me or had his arm around me. What happened was, I remember the first time I got abused, I was pretty young. He invited me to dinner, and I mean, when you have 10 siblings and mom and dad, 12 of us at a table, that's a lot. We're fighting for food, you know? And so I go to the rectory, and it's funny, I see it today, and it's not big, but back then I thought I was at the Last Supper. There was me and one other priest and Father O'Donnell, and somebody was serving us food, and it was like wonderful. After that, he took me up to his room, and he had a TV in his room, which was very, there wasn't a lot of people that had TVs. They were just, they were expensive. Anyways, that was the first, and I was really, so I'm about 10 years old at this point, and this is in the, he came in the spring. This would be the start of the grade 4. And I was really fascinated by the wine that they use during communion and this miracle that happened. And that was the first time I got introduced to alcohol, was from Father O'Donnell. And that night, he kind of normalized everything, and this is what adults do to kids. And he fondled me that night, and I went home after, and I felt really uncomfortable and really embarrassed. Slowly, I noticed it's not normal for a 40-year-old man to be hanging around a 10-year-old kid. A red flag should have went up, but it continued. And I remember shortly after that, coming from a big family, my mom was raising all 10 of us, and my dad was working for the Toronto Hydro back then, and Father O'Donnell started taking me places. And remember this one time he was taking me for ice cream, and we came down out of the parking lot. And he asked me, there was 2 young girls playing on the street. He asked me, are you getting excited? I had no idea what he was talking about. I said, no, I can't stand girls. I have 2 younger sisters that used to drive me crazy. And my future wife that lived across the street, the 3 of them would gang up on me and move all my stuff. And I think I had a little bit of OCD back then, so they kind of moved my shoes around and kind of messed around with me. So no, I didn't like girls back then. So he took me to the movies, and it started with voyeurism. He'd want to watch me urinate, and he'd do that. And he always and it's weird. And one of the things I tell people is I was abused by him for about 4 years. And I remember some of the things that really trigger, like with Father O'Donnell, he had this bad body odor. And I remember his name was John O'Donnell. I should stop calling him Father O'Donnell. But anyways, I could be in a grocery store sometimes, and I'm now 60 years old, 62, shoot. And you smell someone in front with bad body odor, and it's triggering. And I tell people that. I remember he took me camping once, and I was a little older. My brother was with us. He was also the Boy Scout leader, too. And we had to go to Boy Scouts. And I remember he tried to rape me, and it was in Huntsville. And I was really sick at the time. It was a Friday night, and I had to sleep in his tent, which is wrong in itself. And he tried to sexually rape me that night, and I was so sick, and he ended up having to take me home the next day. I got home, and my mom was cooking banana bread this day, and to this day, going to Starbucks or anything, I see the word banana bread, it triggers me. I ended up going to Sick Kids. I ended up with shingles back then, which is really young for like a 10 or 11-year-old to have shingles. Still have a huge scar on my back from it. another time, so what would happen was, as I was in school at St. Anne's, there'd be a funeral at the church, and he'd call the principal of the school. I don't even know if they called my parents. And he'd say, I need Mark to come up and serve at the funeral. And so I'd go up the street, and it'd be like, it seemed to be on Tuesdays and Thursdays all the time. But anyways, I'd have to be the altar boy for the funeral. And then I would go in his car to the gravesite, which was up at Yonge and Highway 7, the Catholic cemetery up there. But he would fondle me all the way up. And he always wore these Adidas shorts. And as he got more and more comfortable, he kept blaming me, saying I was getting him excited. So I remember, and this is the other thing, from grade 4 on, my marks started to really slip in school, behavior issues, couldn't sit still. So he would always wear these god-awful white Adidas shorts and these white Gazelle shoes, Nike Adidas. He'd always wear that. A lot of people started to think he was my dad because we spent so much time together. He came to a number of my baseball games as I got into my early teens. So that would happen. I'd go back to school and I couldn't focus, and I was struggling at school. I couldn't sit still. I'd be trying to, and I started to realize I ruminated a lot. And I started to always try to think, how am I not going to make them excited? So I kept putting the blame on me. As I got a little bit older, I was about 11, me and my brother John, who's a couple of years, he was aware of it, like not aware, but knew Father O'Donnell liked young boys. And me and my brother and this one other boy from his previous church, we would have to clean the hall where they had a hall in the basement there. And this one time, so my brother, I guess, had an argument with the priest, and my brother stopped going, and I was having to help. And if your parents said, Mark, Father O'Donnell needs you up at the church to clean the hall, you're going up. You have no choice. So I would do that. And then he was going to teach me, Father O'Donnell was going to teach me how to shut all the lights off in the church. A lot of I found out later in my life from my brother John that a lot of the sexual assaults that happened, there was only rooms that me and him could go in. And this one time, so he's going to show me, and we're in the back of behind where the men's and women's washroom, there's a boiler room. And Father O'Donnell said to me one day, he said, I'm going to show you how to shut the lights off. Your brother John's not here anymore. And so I went, he took me back there and showed me where the panel was to shut the lights off. There's 2 breaker panels. So I learned that. And there was a chair there, a wooden chair with orange legs. And it's funny, the detail I can remember. And it was a Sunday, and he tried to rape me that day and tried to penetrate me. And I remember being in so much pain. And I ran home afterwards, and I had ripped my pants, and I had got home. My mom was in the kitchen, and I remember saying to my mom, I hate Father O'Donnell, I hate him. And in the Catholic religion, the word hate's not a good word to use. You're better off using the F-bomb. So anyways, I got sent to my room, and when I used to always, what happened was on Sundays, if he sexually assaulted me, he would come shortly after just to check up on me to make sure I wasn't going to say anything to my parents. That's what I'm assuming now. So I'd go up, I'd put the dresser by my door so he couldn't get in, and I'd look out the window, and I could see him coming down the street the way our window was. And he'd be coming down the street in this particular day, and I was so mad. And I remember taking a knife from my kitchen and going upstairs. And at this point in my life, I just couldn't stop. I was so angry at myself for making him do these things to me. I tried to cut my wrist, and I couldn't do it. So I ended up smashing the windows with my fist, and I ended up cutting my wrist wide open. And I ended up going to Sick Kids, and my dad was doing volunteer work for the church at the time. And my mom and a neighbor drove me to the hospital, and my wrist was cut wide open. And I remember the doctor talking to me, and sure enough, who came in was Father O'Donnell. And anyways, nothing happened from that. I ended up on medication. I spent most of my life on medication. And I tried to bury, as I got older, in my teen years, I became I was playing sports, and sports to me was an escape from it, escape from the abuse. I started picking up really bad habits, bad coping mechanisms in high school, whether it was drinking, smoking weed, just self-medicating basically, because the pain was too much, and I just wanted it to go away. I wanted to bury it and never think about it again. I ended up at a Catholic high school, Neil McNeil. The first year there was 2 priests, and they weren't pedophiles, I don't think, but they would I always thought they wanted to try to have sex with me. So I didn't do very well there. I ended up leaving there, and I went to another public school, and I struggled there, and then went to another school. And eventually I graduated from high school before I was too old. And my life started to change. I said, you know what? I'm not going to party anymore. I'm not going to self-medicate. I'm going to take care of myself. I went on to college and got a job and ended up marrying that girl that used to drive me crazy. And we had 2 lovely children that are both doing really well in life. And so as I'm now in my early 20s, and I got married in the church where I was abused, which is kind of crazy when I think about it. And I used to think, Father O'Donnell used to tell me if I told people that we were doing this, that God would tell him. And I could never figure out how he knew so much, but I realized we all had to go to confession every week, and my parents do, and that's what I think, how he knew everything. And by that time, as I got a little bit older, he was giving me money and taking me to movies and stuff my parents couldn't do. And so in some ways I really liked him. In other ways I wanted to kill him, but I blamed myself for it. As I got a bit older, I always knew when he was going to try to abuse me. And this one time I was cutting grass. I was about 12 years old. I think I was in grade 7 and 8. And also, this is the craziest thing. In grade 7 and 8, everybody, the boys in the school knew that he was like this. And that Father O'Donnell was like this. They called him all kinds of bad names. And I got teased a lot, too, a lot of homophobic names and stuff like that. People, because I was with him all the time, me and one other boy. And this one time I'm cutting the grass, and Father O'Donnell comes out, and I got the lawnmower, and he started talking inappropriately to me. And I thought, okay, he's going to try to abuse me. So I took the lawnmower, I dropped it on my foot on purpose, and it ripped my foot up, and I had to go to East General Hospital that time. So, but that's how hard I was trying not to get him to sexually abuse me, because it became so regular, and my parents didn't know I didn't want to get in trouble. He used to threaten me with 311 Jarvis, which was a youth detention center. I saw myself as the perpetrator. I saw myself as the person that was making him do these things to me. So I get married, everything's good, but you know, the pain and I struggled with trusting people. I never trusted people. I had marriage problems because I would spend days just ruminating and trying to change the picture and trying to I wanted help, but I didn't know where to go. And first place I went was Catholic services, because I still went to church. I still practiced the religion. It was like my mom had died when I was pretty young, I think 22 or 23. My dad was suffering from dementia, and I didn't know what to do. And so I called them, and I told them my situation, and they said, you know, it's a supply. They didn't have any services. Supply and demand. It doesn't really happen to boys, you know, very often. So that never worked out. I ended up meeting through EAP through work. I had a great job. I worked for the city. I managed parks for Toronto. I'm retired now, but I met a really good therapist through our EAP program, who was also from South America and Catholic, and understood Catholicism and what I was going through. And but the problem was you only get so many sessions, and so I didn't know where to go after that, because I was really struggling. My wife didn't know why I was. She knew the priest as well, so it was kind of an awkward situation, because he had this great reputation. So I finally find an organization called the Canadian Centre for Abuse Awareness out of Newmarket, Ontario. And they had a program called The Time for Men, and it was for male survivors. Most of them were, it was through Ken Dryden. He was with the Toronto Maple Leafs. A lot of them were survivors of Maple Leaf Gardens. So I ended up going to that program. I met a wonderful counselor there who was formerly an addiction counselor, and she ended up doing male survivor stuff and dealing with males who are surviving abuse. Because when she was doing addiction, she was saying so many men are relapsing, and the root problem was they were abused or had trauma in their lives. So I ended up meeting her, and that was really good. And I was doing one-on-one counseling with her. And at the same time, I wanted to charge him. So I went through this period, because they moved him. The abuse stopped at the end of between grade 9 and 10. He moved out to Bramalea, and then he called me one day. I went to a movie with him, and then he tried to abuse me. And then I told him some profanities, and that was the last time I ever seen him until my mom's funeral. He ended up, I ended up meeting this woman, and I was getting counseling. It was expensive back then. It was $125. It's a lot more now, I'm sure, but back then that was a lot of money. And my counselor, Lynn McDonnell, she was really great, and she suggested, you know, Mark, let's write to the church. How do you feel about writing to the diocese and asking for some support? But okay, my uncles were in the Toronto diocese. So they get back to us and they want to interview me. So they have a judicial vicar who is sometimes the person is trained as a lawyer. And he came in and he interviewed me. It was probably a mistake. He interviewed me and my brother John, who had witnessed some of it. He interviewed me, and he was friends with my uncle. He knew my uncle. And I remember him, like, he asked me if he penetrated me, and I said no, and I didn't want to tell him the whole story, because, I mean, even when I met Simona, I think I told her slowly, like, because there's a trust thing, and I don't know for yourselves, but I try to explain to people, if you have this secret that nobody knows, you know, you might have done something when you were young that was really stupid and you don't want people to know. And now all of a sudden you're showing that secret to somebody you don't even know. It takes a lot of guts to do it. So anyways, I got it. Shortly after that, they said, yeah, they're going to pay for my counseling. And I was great. I remember when he asked me if if he raped me and penetrated me. I said no, and then he said, well, that's good. It wasn't something like that, like, oh, that's good then. It's not that bad. He said, yeah, Father O'Donnell was weird. We knew he was a bit weird. That's not weird. That's a pedophile. So anyways, he got moved. They retired him at a really young age, because at 58 or 59, they retired him because he was moved out to Scarborough with another pedophile priest from Edmonton that was convicted. And then they retired both. The one went to jail and he got retired. I would go by the police station and at 55 Division. This went on for about 2 years, and I was really afraid to tell the police. I just didn't want to go through what you heard this morning, and I didn't want to be, somehow I just thought he would twist it so I would be the perpetrator. Somehow I was going to be blamed. And I was struggling because I was self-hurting myself. I showered for hours, like 5 and 6 times a day. And he had me so paranoid growing up, I would run everywhere. My brother called me Forrest Gump. I was running everywhere because I thought I'd be followed, and that he had this power over me. And he had it my whole life until I started getting treatment and realizing, hey, that this wasn't your fault. The shame should be on him. So I ended up going to Canadian Centre for Abuse and Awareness, and by the time I wanted to charge Father O'Donnell, the police told me he was deceased. I did get interviewed by the OPP. I got to tell you, they were wonderful. A lot better than what I've heard here. They interview people in like a living room type setting, a very comfortable setting, and they're really good at, well, my experience was good. So, but anyways, he was deceased, so I couldn't do anything but put a note on his gravestone up at 7-Eleven that he was a pedophile. Anyway, so I thought, well, shortly after that, I get a letter from the Catholic Church saying that, you know, Mark, if you take civil action against us, we're going to cut off your funding for your treatment and we're going to excommunicate you from the church. That got me upset. So Canadian Center for Abuse Awareness referred me to a lawyer named Loretta Merritt, really nice lady. Talked to her on the phone. Loretta, unfortunately, her firm was representing the Catholic Church, this diocese in another area. So she referred me to this wonderful lawyer, Simona Jelinek. And I went and met Simona at her office and her wonderful staff who's sitting over there a number of years ago. And I went with my wife and I was really nervous. So now I'm telling Simona, and she was wonderful, and I took a lot, and I was pretty, I don't know, I was probably a mess. But she had this wonderful dog, Gaston, a French bulldog, which I really loved. Yeah, so that was a great experience. And Simona, you know, I remember this to this day. She said, Mark, there's 3 things you can do. You can do nothing. You could go to Criminal Compensation Board. You can go to the police. You can civilly sue, or you can do absolutely nothing, but it's your choice. So I didn't feel pressured to do anything. So we met that day, and I left there. I felt so good. I felt so much better. I felt like someone believed me. I felt like someone that was going to stick up for me and help me out, because it took a long time. And the other thing, Simona wanted to make sure I was getting good counseling, and I was. And because I was diagnosed with so many mental health disorders, and finally a trauma specialist at CAMH diagnosed me with complex PTSD. So I was getting good counseling, and I went on a number of different medications, and so to this day I'm doing so much better. I grew a lot. I didn't really plan on speaking. I remember the first time I met my counselor, I said to her, I thought it was like penicillin. You take 10 pills for 2 weeks, and 10, you know, how many sessions will it take to make me better and normal again? Because I never felt normal. What's normal? But anyways, I said to her, how many times do I have to come, Lynn? I said, like, you know, is it like an antibiotic? I see you 10 times and I'm fixed? Didn't work like that. I spent a number of years getting counseling, and then group therapy. I ended up on a group, and I said, Lynn, I really don't want to go in a group, but like, I'm normal. I got a job and I'm doing fine. And sure enough, when I went in the group, it was people from all walks of lives, and realized, hey, this doesn't discriminate against people. I mean, my group had Maple Leaf Garden survivors to police officers. But I learned a lot from them, and I started to realize, hey, what I'm experiencing, trust, anxiety, all these things that I'm experiencing, somebody else has experienced the same thing. And I was doing these, Lynn also did volunteer work with this group called malesurvivor.org. It's out of the United States, and psychologists across the states volunteer their time to work with male survivors. So I did a few sessions of that, a few weekends of that, and that was really intense and good. And eventually I got called, and Lynn asked me if I would speak, and I did it a few times. The OPP ran these courses around Ontario called Understanding and Responding to Male Victimization. And so there was myself, another friend of mine, Bruce, who was abused by a doctor here in Toronto, who was also a basketball coach. And then a friend, Jordan, who was abused by a step-uncle and ended up prostituting here in Toronto. He's from Orangeville. And then a residential school survivor, Bob. Then the 4 of us would speak across the province and tell our stories, and did that. And then one day I got a call from a member of my wife. She said, Mark, Oprah Winfrey show's producers calling you. I said, well, somebody playing a joke. Anyways, I ended up, it was Oprah Winfrey's show, and she did a show for 200 men I don't know if anyone's seen it, but it's with Tyler Perry and her, and I was on that show. And at that point, everybody knew then that, because I kept it a secret. I didn't really want people to know, because one of the reasons was I thought it would affect my job. I thought it would change people's perspective of me, because I could hide it in the public really good. At home, I'd be a mess. I'd be alone, and I was just thinking about it, and I just didn't want people to know. I'm older now, and I have this little video that I like to show. It's some quotes I really like, and 3 people that really inspired me, and some pictures of me during that time when I was being sexually abused. That's the church. That was Photoshopped. That doesn't say that on that sign. My son. But this is the church, St. Anne's, and here's my video.
Worn out places, worn out faces.
I was about 9, this is when it started.
Bright and early for the daily races, going nowhere, going nowhere. Their tears are filling up their glasses, no expression, no expression. Hide my head, I wanna drown my sorrow. No tomorrow, no tomorrow. And I find it kind of funny, I find it kind of sad. The dreams in which I'm dying are the best I've ever had. I find it hard to tell you, I find it hard to take. When people run in circles, it's a very, very mad world. Mad world. Children waiting for the day they feel good. Happy birthday, happy birthday. And to feel the way that every child should sit and listen, sit and listen. Went to school and I was very nervous. No one knew me, no one knew me. Hello teacher, tell me what's my lesson. Look right through me, look right through me. And I find it kind of funny, I find it kind of sad. The dreams in which I'm dying are the best I've ever had. I find it hard to tell you, I find it hard to take. When people run in circles, it's a very, very mad world. Mad world. Enlarging your world.
Thank you so much for listening to my show. Thanks, Simona.
This first afternoon session after the break, we've decided to completely throw out what we were going to do and do something different, which I think is going to work out really, really well, given everything that we've heard today. It's been quite the day, and I think that there's nobody better to help us through what we've heard than the 3 people right there. They are all part of different sexual assault centers in Ontario. They're all incredibly wonderful people. I'm going to let them introduce themselves because they know what they want to say about themselves. So to start off, we're going to start off with Jessica, and you go right ahead.
Thank you. Buenas tardes, good afternoon. My name is Jessica Bonilla Dempte. My pronouns are ella, she, her. I am from Hamilton, Dish with One Spoon territory. I'm with the Sexual Assault Center of Hamilton and area. I'm the executive director or director there. What can I say? I'm a mom of two beautiful boys, Antonio, who's 11, and Itzai, who's 7. I have five now, because we just had a baby in the family, 5 nieces and nephews. And yeah, I'm really happy to be here and sharing space with you all. Along with being the director at SASHA, I'm on the executive of the Ontario Coalition of Rape Crisis Centers, the Hamilton Anti-Human Trafficking Steering Committee, as well as I'm the co-chair of the Women Abuse Working Group. That's my day job, and by night, I do community work too. And lots of that community work looks like being in spaces like this, with panels like this, where we improvise and we go with what needs to be done so that community is safe, community is well, and that we're all grounded together. So part of my grounding right now is appreciating this beautiful bear we all got, or most of us have, and
there are more bears.
There are more bears, and I've been promised the one with a different color shirt, which is really exciting. But appreciating that these are our tools for our well-being. They're toys, and as adults, sometimes we don't let ourselves play, or we think we shouldn't be playing, but this little teddy bear is like a fidget toy for me, just to have and hold on to while I'm up here on stage. I also have my pen that I always do this before I knew fidgeting was a thing. I just click top of my pen. And why do I say that? I say that because that's the way that I keep myself well in presentations, but also with difficult conversations. I'm gonna pass it on to my colleague. Oh, you've got a mic.
Yeah. I think I have my own.
Fancy.
Yeah. My name is Lindsay Butcher. My pronouns are she and her. I work as the Director of Services at the Sexual Assault Support Center of Waterloo Region, so we're about an hour and a half from here. In my role, I oversee all of the care and support that we provide to survivors. And so our center is probably one of the largest independent sexual assault support centers in Ontario, if not in the country. We provide a number of services. We have our 24-hour support line, like at all of our centers. We have online chat. We have free trauma counseling, a human trafficking program, family court support. We have a fantastic legal advocate program that supports survivors from before they report to police, while they report to police, through the criminal justice process, and afterwards if they have complaints. And Diane is here with me today, our legal advocate. Really important work, but listening to the stories today really hits home how critical grassroots, community-based, independent sexual assault support centers are in ensuring that the voices and needs of survivors come first. So we're very proud of the work that we offer. I know that today has been really heavy, and so as a panel, we've sort of come together and said, let's make some space for just processing what folks have heard. So we're just going to start with our intro and then move on from there. For me, grounding is getting some water. And so it helps me to just even physically cool down, to calm myself, to recenter myself when you are starting to feel those big feelings. So for me, grounding is, getting something to eat, getting some cold water to help just sort of recenter myself.
I'm Jackie. I work at the Sexual Assault Center at Guelph Wellington Women in Crisis. So we cover the city of Guelph and the county of Wellington. Besides the Sexual Assault Center, we have an emergency shelter that has 28 beds for women and children in our community. We also have a transitional and housing support program that provides support for survivors, victims of domestic violence. They do safety planning, they can do special priority housing, and they can do counseling. We also have a family court support program, and they provide support for survivors navigating the family court system. We have one full-time counselor that does human trafficking or sex trafficking, and that program we can't keep up. It is a big problem in our community, as it is in Ontario. We have a crisis line as well. We have rural women's support program that provides support in our rural areas. And I'm so glad to be here on this panel and to be with all of you. And it gives me hope to be here, to know that there is not just a room full of people here doing this work, but hopefully from here we just keep going. Lots to be done, and we just keep going.
I forgot to talk about my center, I'm sorry. So at Sasha, like my colleagues here mentioned, we have our 24-hour crisis support line. That's actually how we started as a sexual assault center in Hamilton. Survivors and allies, almost 50 years ago, 50 years in 2025, came together and said, there are survivors here and there is no supports for survivors, what can we do? And so they applied for a $5,000 grant and bought the very first answering machine. And the answering machine was the way that survivors are able to reach out for support. And from there we've expanded. So now we have our counseling services, our sex trafficking survivor counseling program as well, which is our newest program, our diverse communities outreach program, which is an amazing way to reach out to various individuals and communities, newcomers, immigrant refugees, women, gender diverse individuals. We have a sewing program through there where we can have difficult conversations while focusing on sewing and learning how to sew and sharing our collective stories. We also have our public education program, which I think the theme throughout today is that we need more of that public education, which is also known in grant writing language, abuse prevention programs, so that we have those teachings for all of us as adults, for our senior adults, as well as for children, how abuse prevention or consent awareness and building those healthy relationships really have to start off as a foundation, right? What does consent look like when you're a child? Do you have to hug grandma? Do you have to hug grandpa, right? Do you have to listen to mommy and daddy when they say go off and be as somebody shared today, as I think his name was Mark, go off and work with the priest. Can you say no to your parents? Can you say no to your family? And what does safety look like for you? So I think all of us do that work. And again, I want to shout out our colleagues who are also in the room, Maria and Grisel, and 3 incredible placement students who are doing this work too in community here in Toronto, through the Toronto Rape Crisis Center, Multicultural Women Against Rape. I don't have the support line again here, but if you're from Toronto, call them for support after today, because it's been a really heavy day. And that's what we want to focus on today. Who wants to talk? Who wants to share something? Recognizing that you don't have to disclose anything. If you want to make a big disclosure, please feel free to call that crisis support line anywhere in Ontario or here in Toronto. But how can we support is what we want to know. Yeah.
I guess I had this question come up earlier when Rick was speaking, and we had a question in the audience around how do you come forward in a timely way if you still need to stay in school, or maybe you're doing your master's or PhD and you have a supervisor that's going to be maybe giving a reference. It's really hard to say, like, hey, do you think you could stop doing that before it gets worse? Or maybe not quit your job. It's just kind of hard to keep going before things get worse. I don't know if you can relate it to maybe the idea of being a student, and nobody really wants to create a lot of noise around something that could be dealt with if the measures are in place, but often it's not something that you get rewarded for when you do come forward with something and create some boundaries. We keep talking about boundaries, but people don't always react very well to boundaries, unfortunately.
I can start, and then we can all support with the answer. I think first and foremost, I heard you say, how do I come forward in a timely way? And I'm gonna say time isn't linear. We're in a room full of lawyers. Is there a statute of limitations on reporting sexual assault?
No.
None. So the best time is when it's the best time for you as a survivor to come forward when you are ready as a survivor, either to receive supports for yourself, even just to call a crisis line and say, you know what, this happened to me. Or not even this happened to me. I have some questions, hypothetically, what would that happen? So the best time for a survivor to do anything is on their own terms and when they're ready to do so. And I believe that all of us at the sexual assault centers in Ontario and at the OCRCC offer that survivor-centered, survivor-led, trauma-informed approach, anti-racist and anti-oppressive approach that lets survivors know that they are the leaders of their healing, as well as the leaders in what next steps are, and we're there to offer options and support throughout the process.
And through reaching out to either our support line or into our counseling program, something that folks at our centers help survivors with is sort of exploring what those options look like. And so we all have relationships with the post-secondary institutions in our community. Many of us, we have counselors on site at the University of Waterloo, at Wilfrid Laurier University. We also work with Conestoga College to support those students when they do have complaints. And so we don't work for the university, we're independent, but we do support students in exploring what are those options looking like, and we can find confidential ways for people to take those steps. So it's really about exploring and seeing what you're comfortable with, knowing what the risks are, right? And I think sometimes people will say like, oh, why didn't she leave? Why didn't she report? There's lots of good reasons why. Lots of good reasons why.
Yeah, I think I would just add to that, there's usually sexual violence coordinators at the universities, so connect with them. Sometimes I've had somebody come in and say, okay, I'm ready, and then change their mind, and that's okay. So if they need to come back, 6 months, a year later, that's okay.
If nobody else, I actually do have a question. So I think there's some survivors in the room, but there's, I think, a bunch of helpers and supporters and allies in the room as well. And we have heard a lot of heavy content today. So Rick shared a number of stories. We've heard at least 2 survivor stories today. And I know Emma came and talked about the recovery process, but I don't know that anyone's really addressed the topic of vicarious trauma right now. So what is your suggestion for if you're experiencing trauma as a result of being an ally or a helper? What can you do to take care of yourself and hopefully to be able to keep doing that work?
I would say vicarious trauma is real, to different levels and different extents. Being in this room, we've witnessed trauma, and we can also feel that vicarious trauma, the impacts of this trauma later. And so I'm going to keep saying, call the crisis lines, call the crisis support lines. They're called crisis support lines for a reason. You can call because you're in crisis or because you need support or you have a question. And they're available for survivors, for allies, for helping professionals, as I said. Just call, speak with either a staff member or a very trained volunteer, because I know all of our centers take our training very, very seriously. And our volunteers are well equipped to handle these phone calls. Call and just say, you know what, I was sitting today and this story was shared and now I'm feeling feelings, I don't know what to do with it. Or I just want to get it out and have someone else here because I know I can't share this necessarily with my family, right? So these volunteers and these support lines are there for that purpose.
One thing I'll add, at our center, every member of our team, as part of their onboarding, does a vicarious trauma plan with their manager. And they're updated at annual review time. And so through that plan, we go through what are their sort of like pre-existing sort of risk factors around experiencing vicarious trauma. So like if they have issues around like perfectionism, or if they have a trauma history themselves, we kind of explore that. We talk about what would, them experiencing vicarious, what would that look like? Like, what should I be looking out for as a manager, as a supervisor, as someone who we know our staff are seeing trauma day in and day out? What are the warning signs? What do I need to be looking out for? People are either withdrawing, they're a bit snappy, they're, coming in late. There's lots of different signs that we look out for on our team. And then we check in all the time with one another about how people are doing. We provide extra funding for therapy and clinical supervision for our team. There's a lot that we can do as a sector, whether or not you're at a sexual assault center or if you're just helping survivors in general, taking care of your team. I think it's like an ethical responsibility that we are caring for the people on the front lines so that they can continue to do this work for survivors.
Yeah, all of the above. We do a lot of clinical support at our center, peer support, connecting, even events like this. Although we're talking about the heavy stuff, we're also connecting and we're building our community.
Thank you.
I should have known this, but I just learned this from Jessica speaking. So can you clarify that if someone is an ally or somebody has just disclosed to them a sexual abuse, I was not aware that the crisis lines would actually help that individual. So can you talk a little bit about that?
Sure. Yes to everything. Yes to all of the above. Maybe I should say this now before I forget. If you take anything away from what you've learned today, I would say first and foremost, the most important thing to do if anyone discloses to you that this has happened to them, believe them. Say, I believe you. Thank you for sharing this with me. And you don't have to have all the answers of what to do next. Call the crisis line, right? And so in Hamilton, and I'm sure in Guelph and in Waterloo too, there's lots of helping professionals, guidance counselors, nurses, police officers, et cetera, moms and dads and grandparents calling and being like, I just learned this, or so-and-so has just disclosed to me, they're sitting right beside me. We don't know what to do next. Can you talk to me? Can you talk to them? Absolutely, call and learn about what those options are, and have that support for yourself as well as for the survivor.
I don't know about the other two centers, but at our center, we also provide free counseling for the supporter of survivors. And so either human trafficking survivors or sexual violence support survivors, folks who are supporting those people, we do offer free counseling sessions for those people if they've been, like if it's re-triggered something for them, if their loved ones, you know, in the throes of human trafficking, that can be really difficult if it's your child. Like we support a lot of those parents with free counseling as well. So there is this community of support. We are highly under-resourced, we are underfunded, we do need our community support to keep our doors open, but we are there. And our support lines are all available 24/7.
Yeah, we also provide support to families because we know that sexual violence does not just impact the individual. The ripple impacts are far-reaching, and it impacts partners, it impacts friends, extended family, the community, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
We cannot afford to do that, unfortunately, in Hamilton, but we will refer you to other sexual assault centers that have the capacity for that, because the truth is, as was mentioned, we are severely underfunded and under-resourced, but we know we do the best that we can with what we have. And so being creative about how to have folks access those supports too. So community support is greatly appreciated and much needed.
Hi. So I know we heard a lot about like sexual assault, sexual violence perpetrated by adults with minors. However, I have learned of, a few cases of adults, I guess, kind of telling their story about other children sexually assaulting them as children. And that's not something we hear a lot about, or that, I guess, there's not a big lens on it, or a lot of stats on that. And so do you all provide support for people who've experienced that? And I know I did hear from Lindsay that like anybody can call you guys, but do you work with people outside of your catchment, so outside of Waterloo, Hamilton? I know, Jessica, you said that you'll refer, which is great, but do you guys take referrals from people who are all over Ontario or Canada?
So we're all members of the Ontario Coalition of Rape Crisis Centers, and so there are some geographical gaps, but generally in most populated areas, there is a sexual assault center for most folks. The services that they offer range, though, depending on the resources that they have. And so often if one center doesn't offer a specific service, we will reach out to one another and we will refer. And the same thing, if a client moves, like we'll reach out and see if there's availability, and we might hold on to that person until they get through another center's waiting list. So we do try to work like as collaboratively as possible and supporting people in their own community, because community supports are critical. For folks who've experienced sexual violence from other youth, if they're over the age of 16 when they come forward, we will support them, and that does happen. We are seeing, things like sibling abuse or babysitters or experience like that sometimes will come in, but the victim must be over the age of 16 for our counseling. For human trafficking, it's over the age of 12. Most of our human trafficking clients are 12, 13, 14, very young kids that we're supporting. But yes, we will support them. Yeah.
I've got a question. This has been a very heavy day, and it's not done yet. And a lot of us work in this sector, and we've got our own healthcare ideas and whatnot. But I would love to hear from you some strategies that we can all employ after we go home tonight. And if we are having one of those nights, what kind of strategies would you suggest?
I always say that I'm privileged to have my children. Because I have them, they're my priority, so I have to be okay for them, to be able to go home and be mom to them. So I'm gonna take the train back to Hamilton, and on my way, before my board meeting, I'm gonna just, take a few good deep breaths and just reflect on the day and try to leave the day, everything here for now, and then if I have to revisit it, I'll revisit it tomorrow or after my kids go to bed, and maybe try to debrief with my partner. But I would say, having, confidentially of course, having a circle of care and support around me is what helps me. And so I say confidentially because of course there's many things that I can't disclose to my partner or to outside community members, but there's topics that we can talk about, right? So what is it like for me to be the first racialized executive director of SASHA, right? And one of the only racialized women around the tables in Hamilton as an executive director, right? So having other racialized women who I can lean on for that kind of support too, right? Going back to my colleagues, I'm actually getting text messages from my colleagues right now, and they're saying, how's it going? Do you need any help? Do you need any debrief? Do you need any support? So having that community of care in the workplace is essential for me as well.
I think there's a quote that I go back to a lot, that action is the antidote to despair. And so like today was very heavy, and we're facing a lot of systemic injustices, especially like highlighted around like the criminal justice system specifically. And I think, there are actions we can take. There is a lot going on politically, and I know we have our local MPP here, but there's a lot of political actions happening around, this is the 14 days of action against gender-based violence is this week and next week. We have December 6th coming up. There's likely a vigil in your community honoring that event. There's lots of ways that you can get involved and actually make change and affect change. We have, there's calls, I think yesterday and today, for declaring intimate partner violence and gender-based violence an epidemic. You can reach out to your local MPPs and also like to the media. It seems like the media is a great, opportunity for us to be taking advantage of more and supporting those journalists, encouraging them. So just like thinking of one thing that you can do to sort of feel like you are, making that ripple effect. Yeah.
Something that I often talk to folks about, and for myself, is that present moment awareness. Right? I'm going to walk out of here and I'm going to feel the cold air on my skin. I'm just going to let that sink in. I'm going to watch my feet as I'm walking, kind of grounded to the earth, kind of trying to focus as much as I can on the here and now. But another thing too is find those moments of hope, right? We've talked about a lot of heavy things, but it's also very hopeful, and always trying to find that hope. It's out there and we just need to find it.
Do we have any more questions? Okay, well, thank you for... Oh, there is? Sorry. Missed it.
Now the pressure's on.
It better be a good one.
Yeah. I provide legal support to survivors of human trafficking, and I'm a huge fan of sex assault centers across the province. You guys are doing such amazing work, and I'm glad that there's a spotlight on the work that you guys do. Now I want to kind of put you on the spot a bit to hear if you would share about, who else you find in your communities is really, advocating and supporting survivors, so that, just an illustration, just to give us a sense of what else is out there.
In Ontario, all municipalities are mandated to have the Violence Against Women Coordinating Committees. And so in Hamilton, it's called the Women Abuse Working Group, of which I'm the co-chair right now. And I find lots of support around that table. It's a working group of more than 20 plus service providers, shelters, violence against women centers, sexual assault center, and then other organizations, including like the Immigrant Working Center, who have the vested interest in ending gender-based violence, intimate partner violence, violence against women, and sexualized violence. I think we're one of few sectors that want to work ourselves out of business, right? Because we don't want to have to exist. We want violence to end. And we know that to end sexual violence, we have to end all forms of violence and oppression. So that's where I get my hope, but also in other community organizations that and friends and allies who aren't necessarily doing violence against women, but are doing that work to end other forms of violence in our community, so that we can come to that world free of violence, of which my mission statement speaks of.
Yeah, I would say in our community, our strongest allies are our local YWCAs. They've always had our back. We also work very closely with our local transition house. We have a Planned Parenthood Shore Center that's always been a really strong ally. We also I wanted to highlight, we just also received funding from our local OHL hockey team to do training with coaches for children's hockey and things like that. So our public education program is doing a lot more work with athletes, in particular male-identified athletes, to really try to address sort of these trends and I think it came from these stories in the media, right? That did lead to, funders and, sports organizations realizing that they do have to take action and invest in this prevention work. So we do have some really great allies in our corner, but the work is still, it is still a struggle to get those headlines, to get it on the priority for government to invest in, for sure.
I would say we have great community partners in Guelph, Wellington as well. So besides the 30 community-based sexual assault centers across the province, there's also 35 sexual assault, domestic violence treatment teams at hospitals as well. So that can be a place to reach out for support. We have an action committee in Guelph as well. Community partners sit around the table and do a lot of work around that. What do we need? How do we move forward, et cetera? So building those partnerships is key.
No more questions.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much to each of you.
I'm Kevin Heffernan. I'm a law clerk at Yellowknick Ellis Gluckstein here in Toronto. I am pleased to be introducing one of the senior partners at Yellowknick Ellis Gluckstein, with over a decade of experience supporting survivors of sexual and physical assault. Erin Ellis represents clients from across Canada in civil abuse litigation, securing acknowledgement and compensation for harm caused to individuals, by individuals and institutions. Erin's compassionate, dedicated approach, combined with her extensive experience, enables her to effectively advocate for survivors and tailor strategies to individual cases. Please join me in welcoming Erin Ellis to speak about advocacy efforts and community initiatives.
Thank you. Just gonna back that up.
So I'm jumping the queue, but I've also been asked to reduce my presentation for time because the other two people, much more important than me, who still have to speak today, and we're running a bit behind. So I'm going to shorten what I was going to talk about, but my focus is on some advocacy that our group has been doing outside of litigation. So obviously, we're lawyers, we run cases, we focus on civil law. But outside of that role, we're also involved as board members or involved at various sexual assault support centers, etc. And we've also done some government lobbying or speaking. So I want to touch on a couple bills that have come through this year that I have had the pleasure of being involved in, speaking about and trying to push for change. So the first one was Bill 157, Enhancing Access to Justice Act. The first reading was in November, and it was introduced by the Conservative Party. It had a lot of various schedules with changes to various acts to enhance access to justice. We focused on Schedule 18, which was about the Victims' Bill of Rights. In the Victims' Bill of Rights, perpetrators of specific crimes as prescribed in that bill are liable to pay damages in a civil suit. So the survivor is presumed that there was harm if they were a victim of one of these crimes. And the proposed amendments added to that list of prescribed crimes, but we didn't love the wording of some of them. We didn't think it actually covered the people that we help and the phone calls we receive. So we went and spoke at the, let's try to, I don't know, Standing Committee on Justice Policy. And we suggested broader changes. We also came prepared with draft wording for the legislation, which I think made a difference in the tight turnaround of actually passing the bill. Again, because I'm speeding through this, there we go. So how the crimes as they were before were these three. So victim of assault if the victim was a spouse within the meaning of Section 29 of the Family Law Act. So only that would address intimate partner violence, but only within the context of the definition of a spouse. A victim of a sexual assault and a victim of an attempted sexual assault. The way the bill, or the way the Act, Victims of Crime Act reads now, there we go. Now there's 7 listed, and we spoke to number 4, a victim of a crime if the crime is of a sexual nature or it involves a sexual purpose. And our thought with that one was that a lot of through the criminal process, a lot of people make plea deals. And so they may not be convicted of a sexual assault, but what happened and how the details are read in at their guilty plea is a sexual assault. But technically it wasn't covered by the Act before this change. So this made it wider. And in the draft version in the bill, they did have this change to try and kind of cover that, but it was going to be restricted to people under the age of 18. And we said, why? Why would that be restricted? Why would this change be restricted to only minors? And they listened to us, and that change was made. 5 and 6 was how they drafted it, and then 7 was an addition because of our advocacy. It wasn't in there previously. And so this number 7 was meant to cover physical abuse, so child abuse, because that wasn't the way, if you remember from the previous slide, a victim of assault, if they were a spouse, was covered. But what if they were the kid? Then it wasn't covered. So there's these holes in our legislation that people can fall through. And yes, you can still bring the civil case, and yes, you can still prove the damage, but having the presumption on your side I think just makes a difference to people, right? So that was very interesting to be involved in. And then more recently, Bill 173, Intimate Partner Violence Epidemic Act, which was introduced by the NDP. The Conservative government supported the bill in its own way by referring it to committee to have this study on intimate partner violence and what tangible actions can we do, and let's have everyone come in and talk, which was nice for us to come in and talk. We'll see where that goes. They're still refusing to declare it as an epidemic, which led to heated debate yesterday. But so myself and Vanchika went and spoke at the committee, and what we focused on there was the Victim Quick Response Program and compensation for survivors. So yes, those changes were made in the other bill to the Victims' Bill of Rights, but that only goes so far, right? It's only if there's someone to sue. Does that even help? So we get calls all the time from people, and we have to say there's no one for you to sue. We don't want to, as Linda talked earlier, you don't want to drag someone through a litigation process if there's no compensation at the end of the day. So what we used to refer them to was the Criminal Injury Compensation Board, which has been tossed. So we're trying to get changes to the Victim Quick Response Program that could maybe be similar in its help to our clients. I have a lot more to say about that, but I will not take up the time. This bill is also making its way through. It was introduced by the Conservative Party, Aaron's Law. It models with some of the similar laws that were passed in the US. It started in the US. It likely is being passed, I assume, introduced by the Conservatives, will go through. And so it would amend Ontario's Education Act to require that the school boards establish policies to provide students with age-appropriate resources for recognizing childhood sexual abuse and reporting it to a trusted adult. It's currently in committee. It's good things, these small changes. So I get really upset when I read when I see the political climate right now, right? And for many reasons, my area of practice being one of those, and help for survivors being one of those. Help for survivors shouldn't be a partisan issue. It tends to be still, but there are little changes that can be made. And that's where, those changes to the Victim Bill of Rights, that only helps a small percentage of people, but at least it's moving it forward a bit. That's our mindset. What can we do within what exists right now? And then if there's someone with, who's going to lend us a bigger ear, then maybe we can push more at other stages. But keep trying to push the needle even when there's some resistance. And the last one I wanted to mention is Lydia's Law, which was introduced earlier this year as a private member's bill by MPP Fife. The goal of the bill is to increase accountability and transparency in the handling of civil sexual assault cases. And it was driven by all the cases being thrown out with the Jordan principle. That was some of the momentum for it. It suggests a lot of changes in oversight. We touched a bit today about the fact that it's not being tracked how many are being tossed, right? This bill has some of that in it. It's asking for it. It's going to die at committee, I'm sure. It's not actually going to be passed, but there are good things in it. And our office met with MPP Fife a few times in order to come up with, or help, or discuss with her some things that could be added. There is also something in the bill about looking at that quick response program and seeing how it's working, which is a big focus of mine. So I'm happy to see that there, even though it's going to likely die. But without further ado, those are the exciting bills I have to talk about. But let's turn it over to our second last speaker, because I believe there's somebody else who is going to come now. It is my pleasure to introduce Kristen Wong-Tam, member of the Provincial Parliament for Toronto Centre, who has been serving in Ontario's Legislative Assembly since 2022 as a member of the Ontario New Democratic Party. Passionate advocate for 2S LGBTQ+ rights, Kristen is currently the critic for, I'm going to do that again, 2S LGBTQ+ rights. It's always a mouthful. I always try to get it right, but I have to do it slowly. So she's the critic for that, the Attorney General, and small business. They also serve as a member of the Standing Committee on Justice Policy, which was where I got to meet her for the first time, which was great. And prior to their role at Queen's Park, Kristen served on Toronto City Council from 2010 to 2022. Please join me in welcoming Kristen Wong-Tam.
Thank you so much, Erin, and thank you for all of you. I can imagine the type of day that you've had. Each of you are subject matter experts and obviously leaders in your sector. I want to just acknowledge that the work that you do is very challenging. And thank you. I get one of these. Can you hear me okay? Okay, great, fantastic. I know I don't have a lot of time, so who is my timekeeper? Oh, fantastic, you're over there. Okay, you can just sort of flag me if I'm running out of time. I want to just say thank you to Jelinek, Ellis, Gluckstein for bringing this community together. I recognize that that this is a very special gathering of folks. I know that you had a really full day thus far. I'm also incredibly aware that there aren't opportunities like this that come up often. So I want to say thank you to the firm, to Simona, to Erin, to Vanshika, and to all the people who really bring it together. We are in a very challenging state of time in the province of Ontario, and I'm not saying this to be hyper-partisan. I'm saying this because it's fact. You work in the sector. You are trying to provide support to survivors in the continuum of services that survivors need in order for them to gain access to service, access to justice, however survivors want to define it. And I want to be really clear that it's not always through the courts. And I want to be absolutely mindful that it should be survivor-led and designed. And, oh, okay, great. So I've got a lot of slides, but I'm going to go through them very quickly. I was trying to figure out what to entitle this presentation, and I'm just going to rely on something that you folks have heard for the years and probably for the years ahead to come. Justice delayed is justice denied, you know this. And I decided to give it a subtitle about how Doug Ford is failing women in Ontario. It felt right to me. So as Erin has pointed out, our party, the Ontario NDP, has put out a number of bills. And this doesn't even cover the type of legislation that we have advanced. Our party is very much steeped in the foundations of feminist principle. We strongly believe in the advocacy and the advancement of women, and we want to do it with the movement. We want to be intersectional in our approach. But the issue of intimate partner violence has gripped the attention of, I would say, the province, but also around the world. We've been hearing, okay. We have been hearing about this issue somewhat around the time of the pandemic because people were forced to stay home. You didn't have the reprieve anymore of leaving for a few hours with your kids to the library. You were kind of stuck together. And what we saw around the world globally was a surge of violence in homes. So partners were not able to escape, and neither were the children. So we were in this remarkable vortex for the very first time. We also have now seen the media, thank you, pick up this issue in ways that I haven't seen in some time. Obviously, we've heard about the Me Too movement, and we have seen, different spikes in activity throughout the years. As an adult, I can think of the moments, and I'm sure you can share those moments with me. But this has been sustained knowledge, sustained interest from the media. And so we have an opportunity where we just keep going, and I'm going to speak to that closer to the end of my slides. The IPV bill is 15 words long. like literally 15 words long. And it really has the province of Ontario declare intimate partner violence an epidemic. What we hope to do is set a baseline of understanding that the issue is current, it's pervasive, and it needs immediate attention. Very similar to how all governments work together during the COVID response. Warlike speed, you know, that we kept hearing the Prime Minister, the Mayor, and the Premier talking about how they were going to tackle the issue together. I wanted that level of government attention to come together, bringing the power of the ministries to address what we know is an epidemic. And as you will all know, because you sit in this space, you work in this space, is that this comes out of a 2022 report from the coroner's jury inquest to the triple feminicide in Renfrew County, where we saw the killing of Carol Kulinak, Anastasia Kuzik, and Natalie Warmerdin. These women who were killed by their former partner in 2015 manufactured a report that took several months to write. Sorry. What I wanted to say is that that report produced 86 recommendations. Many of you will follow those recommendations. They fall within the province of Ontario what to do to prevent IPV. We know that it's preventable, there are signs in advance, and this is something that we've been hearing through the committee. So I literally took the top line recommendation of the Renfrew report and put that into a bill, introduced the bill in April. Many of you might have been a part of that debate, either in the room or perhaps following online. The government of the day, the Ford government, took the bill and sent it to committee for further study. Never mind, we have 20 years of the Domestic Violence Death Review Committee of studies and reports that have not been acted on. Never mind the Renfrew report. Never mind the fact that we also have the Nova Scotia Mass Casualty Commission or the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women's National Report. It's not like the issue hasn't been studied, but they decided to send it off to the committee. But on April the 10th, they also made a commitment, the Ford government made a commitment that they were going to support the bill. And so that's 231 days ago that they said they were going to support the bill. And over 882 days since the Renfrew County inquest came out. And we still don't have the declaration in Ontario. So where we are now with this bill is that it's sitting in subcommittee. I want to tell you a little bit about what's happened in the subcommittee, which is broken into 3 phases. Phase 1 was we heard from 100 subject matter experts. And I spent most of my summer in committee. And we invited these subject matter experts, and Aaron and Vanshika was there to present on the findings of the firm and the positions of the firm on how we could strengthen the laws of Ontario to support survivors. We also heard from academics, we heard from people from the US, we heard from people from across Canada, and I have to say, much of what was said is not new. It has been said, so we asked people to come out and give their time very freely and willingly to us. We took it. Thank you. We also are now moving into phase 2 and 3. Phase 2 is somewhat different. Phase 2 will allow the ministers to appear before our study committee, which is kind of unique. Queen's Park is like a castle with a moat with the drawbridges up. They really don't want you there, is what I've now learned. And this is after sitting at City Council for 12 years where everything was rather porous. That is not how it is at Queen's Park. And so when a minister appears before the committee, it's a big deal. And generally the government wants to protect them in case something is said that can be embarrassing, because there's the opportunity, unlike question period, which is full of theatrics, there's an opportunity to have a serious conversation. But phase 2 is also warped, because the time to ask questions and to receive answers from the minister has now been truncated to 5 minutes. So in 5 minutes, I get to ask the Minister of the Attorney General, I get to ask the Solicitor General, the Minister of Children, Community and Social Services, 5 minutes of questions, and I get, within the 5 minutes, answers. So we're going through the motions of the study, And as time rolls by, it's starting to look more and more like we really shouldn't be there because we're wasting time. Phase 3 is when we come out and talk to survivors. We were promised a budget to travel, to go to the north, to fly in communities, to Francophone communities, because we were going to come out and hear stories, which is really challenging for everybody who's got to share this story one more time. We have lost our travel budget. We're not going anywhere, and now we're told that survivors will have to tell us their story via Zoom. If there's a safe room in the house or apartment for that survivor to tell us a story, that's great, assuming they have stable Wi-Fi, assuming they have all the infrastructure they need to tell us their story in 5 minutes. So it's been hard. And so as phase 1 was completed, this just came out yesterday, I think. We were rushing to get our presentation out to you, but obviously 62 femicides in Ontario, and that is a trend that's going up and not down. So I just wanted to acknowledge the fact that we got the information yesterday. Next slide. Thank you. The trends across phase 1, which when we heard from subject matter experts, I want to be specific, is that almost every single day, experts told us to please declare intimate partner violence an epidemic. Set the tone. The foundational floor should be say those words. But we also heard that it was important for the government to increase supports to the sector, whether it be housing, whether it's working with those who are facing vicarious trauma, direct trauma, whatever it is, scale it up and do it quickly. There was also talks about significant time spent talking about the importance of access to justice, make the courts work, because as you know, the courts are not working, and we're going to spend a little bit of time talking about that. But one big overarching theme is that the issue is preventable, and it is predictable. So every time someone has been killed, it could have been prevented. Next slide, thank you. So I've talked about phase 2 and now phase 3. I'll be very honest, I'm not sure what to do with it. I have still yet to sort through how to honor the survivors that we're going to ask for their opinions and to share their stories, but I'm not sure if I can guarantee your safety and the safety of survivors. So I'm really conflicted because I need to be there as a permanent member of the Justice Policy and as the Attorney General critic, but I am struggling because I don't know how to do it. And so if you want to flag me afterwards, let me know how you think it can be done, because I don't think we've resourced it well. And that's why I'm thinking, do I burn it all down? And this is a serious question. And I'm not one to burn things down. I like to build things up. So I'm really put in a hard position, as are the survivors. Next slide. This is us at committee, and I thought this picture was good because you recognize the back of your head. That's Vanshika, as well as Aaron, when they came before the committee. Next slide. Okay, so yesterday what we did was we asked for unanimous consent, which is a legislative exercise where we can have all parties come together and just pass the bill, just make the declaration. It's our third opportunity to the government to do that, and it's the third time they declined, despite the fact that OAITH, the Ontario Association of Interval Transitional Houses, was in the House. We were all wearing we were all wearing purple to show our support for the solidarity of the movement and how Twilight Zone-ish to be in that moment, to have the government then say, no, we're not supporting you and the bill. So we can move on. Next slide. Lots of pictures. Okay, I thank my staff. They're amazing. Let's keep going. So what I want to touch upon this because this is important. Access to justice in Ontario is difficult right now. It's even made more difficult if you happen to be a survivor, if you happen to if you have suffered sexual assault. I'm sure there are many statistics that you can share, but what we know is that 580 criminal cases were tossed out alone between 2016 and 2003. This information is very hard to track. Extremely hard to track is because the government is not willing to provide access and information in a timely fashion. The thing that you need to know into the next year, the 2025 horizon, is that in the fall economic statement, which is the mini budget that was just released a couple of weeks ago, is that there is a $500 million cut coming from the justice file. And so if you can imagine what a 9% cut across the ministry looks like, you're going to see reduction in services, reduction in program. There will be layoffs. I don't know where. It was very hard to understand where the disaggregated information was going to be drawn from. So all we know right now is a $500 million cut. If the courts aren't working now, if Ontario currently has the longest lag time in the courts, it's going to become significantly worse. Sorry, Emily, I'm looking at you because I wish I could do better, and right now we're going in absolutely the wrong direction. We also know, for those who work in the justice sector, is that this government came into power in 2018 and they cut 30% of legal aid, and subsequently every year they've been underspending by close to about $100 million. Next slide. So we have seen these numbers as of late. If you've opened up the CBC, they've been tracking this down. And this is another issue where the media has been staying on top of it. 56% of criminal cases, 56% of overall criminal cases in Ontario have been tossed. You can't get smart on crime if the courts don't work. If you can't get your case to trial and you can't get a guilty verdict, there's no jail time for that person who perpetuated the crime. And this is despite the fact that we have raised this issue. I know that the media has been chasing this down and the government seems to be unwilling to address this. At the same time, what we hear is Mr. Ford is talking about building more jails. And he's moving to modular jails. So these are jails that are like Lego blocks, like housing. They snap together and they are placed on top of each other. So very quick additions is what we're seeing with jails. Next slide. And of course, Catherine Fife and Lydia's Law. So thank you again to the great team here. Next slide. So we've done a lot of, we've been pushing as hard as we can. So this is an interesting statistic, and I say interesting in a heartbreak way, because 59 sexual assault cases last year were tossed. Not because a crime did not take place, it's because it couldn't get to trial or there was not enough evidence. Perhaps later on they decided that as the Crown was constantly reevaluating whether or not they can get a guilty verdict, they decided they couldn't. So anyways, the cases were stayed. Next one. So how do we empower each other? I did mention at the top of my remarks is that I'm seeing a moment, especially around IPV, is that we have sustained media interest. And I know that advocates who work in this sector are not doing it because it's enriching of your bank accounts. I know you're doing it because it's a call. And it's a call to serve your community, a call to support women. It has been really difficult for everybody who works in the nonprofit sector. You're seeing how difficult it is around the budgets. But what I am also seeing is a coalescing of community agencies and partnerships that I haven't seen before. And I would encourage all of you to get louder where you can. I know you're tired. I am too sometimes. I'm like banging my head against the wall. But don't give up. Make sure that everywhere you go, you take up the space where you can, because your voice is absolutely critical. And we know that the research is there. We know that the solutions are possible. And we know that governments do change and priorities will change. And we have seen this government backtrack before around the green belt, when farmers rose up and they made it their issue, when people of the North decided that they were going to fight, the government overreach around the Greenbelt. We also saw it when the government overreached with the notwithstanding clause as it pertained to education workers, Bill 28, and they also were able to back down in, I think, 4 days. So it is not impossible to win, and victories are within our grasp, but we're gonna need a hell of a lot more allies. And we're gonna need the men to care. We're gonna need the husbands and the boyfriends and the grandfathers and the fathers and everyone else to really give a damn and be able to talk about it. It's a tough issue, but we need all of them in order for this government to pay attention on what is truly happening. So where we can shine a light, with respect to the failures of the court, the failures of victim support services. We're going to have to make it louder. And the most compelling narrative is the narrative of survivors and the experiences of those who work with them on how hard it is. And so not only are you bringing the challenge, you're also bringing the solution. And that is what is going to swing this fight to the other side. And I genuinely believe this in my heart, is that we will prevail. It's only a matter of time. And when this government changes, right? When we have a change of government, you'll be there strong enough to make sure that we hold the next government, whoever it will be, hopefully it's the Ontario NDP, but I want you to hold our feet to the fire. Don't let us get away with anything. And of course, get involved with your local riding association. Makes a huge difference. Next slide. This is a pretty awesome photo. It's the day that we actually debated Bill 173. This is the IPV bill. It was really amazing to see the chambers filled, and not oftentimes we've seen the chambers filled, but this was just the NDP caucus room, and you'll recognize a lot of friends and allies who have worked with you side by side. So I want to say thank you to those who were in the room with us. Thank you to you for supporting us from outside of the building. And thank you to all the survivors who have been able to speak up and tell your story. We're doing this because of you. Next slide. So I understand there might be some questions for me, and if not, that's okay too. I think there's still one more speaker. This brings me to the end of my presentation.
I actually work in the federal prison system, and I do work at an institution where it's predominantly sexual offenders. And I'm just from working there, I just wonder if there's a better way to kind of reallocate the resources to kind of create more preventative strategies, because as much as I do think that punishment is warranted based on the offenses, I don't necessarily think it's really having the impact that, you know, people are kind of talking about today. Like, essentially what we're doing is they're being warehoused in these institutions, they're getting programming, but for reintegration, like, is there really, like, and is it the best use of resources as well? Like, it's quite expensive to put someone in a prison system. I think it's about like $100,000 to $300,000 depending on whether it's male or female. So I guess I've been in the system working there for 8.5 years, and I just feel like there's probably, I don't know what the solution is, but I think there's a better way to reallocate the funding to kind of create more preventative strategies. Like you're saying, housing and things like this might be more effective, because I think truly in the prison system, I don't know if we're really addressing the issues in the way that like people want them to be addressed, and then these people go back to the community and very likely some reoffend, right? So I just wonder if the governments are taking these types of things into consideration, because I do hear that there needs to be punishment, there needs to be some kind of action, but working in that system for as long as I have, I don't necessarily see changes in recidivism. I think that people are kind of getting smarter about how they go about doing what they do, and I don't know if it's truly changing the behavior is what I'm getting at, I guess. So it kind of seems like a cycle, and it just seems like the resources could be more effectively allocated to other things. I think would actually have a better impact on like the victims perhaps, and I'm not sure what the appropriate consequence honestly would be for these offenders. But yeah, I'm just seeing like
that's a very important question. Thank you. You know, I focused a lot about justice, largely because I'm the AG critic, but I am also very mindful that the system is not going to work if you don't have support programs that will help someone rehabilitate, as well as resources and supports, investments in communities to prevent the crime from happening. I'm not someone who believes that anyone is disposable. I just don't want to make sure that I don't want you to leave you with the impression that we lock everybody up and throw the keys away. These are, you know, and good people can do bad things. And I recognize that is in all of us. What I want to say is that right now you have over 81% of people sitting in custody detention, government detention, that are awaiting trial. And so it's the folks who have experienced the crime, those who have perpetuated and reported crimes, everyone is stuck in the queue and no one is moving very fast. And it's costing us a lot. Having someone in government detention, custody detention, does not mean they're getting support. It just means that they're languishing, because you don't actually get support until you've been convicted and you're in the system. And by that time, they would have spent a lot of time in government detention and not receiving the supports that they need to rehabilitate. So it's not uncommon where we see higher rates of recidivism when we don't have the supports in place when someone has been apprehended, or you can even try to support them along the way. I'm not a fan of wasting limited resources, and what I see now is a system that's highly broken, which is why I flagged that the Premier is going to spend more time and money building jails than he will build housing. By the end of this year, that's what we're going to see as a result, and we're not going to get better outcomes. The same reason why we should be building permanent, deeply affordable housing as opposed to constantly expanding our shelter system, which is not sustainable, right? So thank you for that, and I have met many people who work in the correction system who are very frustrated with the underfunding of corrections and the fact that there's a lack of support, which makes your job much more difficult, and I'm very, very mindful of that. Thank you.
It's my honor to introduce Sherry Savelle, and just a little introduction. She is a member of Mistawasa's Nihiowuk and an alumni at the University of Saskatchewan. With over 30 years of experience working with the First Nations communities, Sherry has held a variety of roles, including historical researcher, policy analyst, and assistant director of lands and resources for Six Nations of the Grand River Territory. She currently serves as the Indigenous Education Advisor for the Hamilton Catholic District School Board. A passionate advocate for Indigenous education, Sherry believes deeply that reconciliation is achievable through education. Today, she is here to share her valuable insights on supporting residential school survivors, understanding their experiences, and advocating for their healing. Please join me in welcoming Sherry Savelle.
Well, good afternoon. It was challenging getting here from Milton. I had lots of traffic that I had to deal with and accidents on the 401. So I apologize for being a little late. My name is Sherry Savelle, and I'm Cree from Treaty 6 territory. Does anybody know where Treaty 6 is, you lawyers? Saskatchewan. And it extends into Alberta, that's right. And I want to just say thank you for having me, first off. And I am the Indigenous Education Advisor for Halton Catholic District School Board. There is Indigenous leads in all of our school boards in Ontario, 72 of them. And Indigenous leads are in every single one of them. The reason why I'm here, you can switch to the next slide, please. Oh, I guess I can try and click, see if it'll work. Is supporting residential school survivors and understanding and advocating for residential school survivors. And our previous speaker was talking about advocating and allies. And it is really vital and necessary to educate ourselves about residential school survivors. For over 150 years, residential schools were active in this country, and the government provided that along with the churches. And the reason why I know a little bit, just a little bit, about residential schools is my mother is a residential school survivor. I don't know if we can go next slide. First off, here's my little introduction, I guess, of what I wanted to go through. And more importantly, education, awareness, and calls to action. But here's what we're talking about here when we're talking about residential schools. For over, like I said, 150 years, residential schools were active in this country. And it was very aggressive assimilation. How can somebody turn around and be Indigenous that has to now act white? Take away all your land, your education, your ways of knowing, your ceremonies, your medicines, and now say that you are white. Duncan Campbell Scott was the one in Department of Indian Affairs that said he wants to get rid of the Indian problem and is not going to wait until there's not one Indian that hasn't been absorbed into the body politic. Sir Johnny MacDonald also said that. So those are our politicians that really wanted to get rid of us. Aggressive assimilation through the churches, through the government, through robbing Indigenous people of their land and their resources, putting us on reserves, needing a pass, and disbarring lawyers if you took up our claims. That's how much power the federal government has. How many schools were there? Well, here's a map from the National Center for Truth and Reconciliation. Right across the country, but especially in the prairies. My mom and family was born in Saskatchewan in a community called Mistawassus. And Prince Albert is the closest city to Mistawassus. And so her family and brothers and sisters were kidnapped from their home. And kidnapped, I'm saying kidnapped because the RCMP went there with a loaded gun to my granny's house and grabbed the kids. Took them from Mistawassus, Prince Albert, and down to Saskatoon, and took a train from Saskatoon to Birtle, Manitoba, the lower part of the Manitoba province. And you can see how many residential schools there were in the prairie provinces. I don't need to read this, that there's 139 identified schools and a number of other schools that were not funded, that were funded by the provincial government. $150,000 kids identified, attended residential school. 2020, I believe it was, when we first uncovered the 215 anomalies and unmarked grave sites, had really rocked Canadians. How could there be cemeteries in residential schools? Our families already knew that. They knew that there was cemeteries, not playgrounds, in an awful lot of our residential schools. And every single month, another anomaly was discovered. Another one and another one. And we know that right across the country, all those residential schools have cemeteries. And just this year, the government had capped the search for people's loved ones to $500,000, or it could take millions of dollars finding our loved ones with ground penetrating radar. Oh, next slide, sorry. This is where my mom went to school, in Birtle, Manitoba. And when she went to the residential school from Prince Albert down to Saskatoon, got on a train all the way down to Birtle, Manitoba, and dropped off behind that building. When I was growing up, my mom would say the train is the loneliest sound she ever heard. And it's because the train had stopped right behind that residential school and dropped those kids off. Next slide, please. Well, what were they doing? Certainly weren't being educated. They were set to be somebody's domestic, not to amount to anything. Because again, those government policies were taken away from our people. Could not participate in the economy. We could not have access to our own lands and resources. We had education. We loved our kids. Our kids were the most important things in our lives. Our kids never left our side. And so they were always educated with aunties and uncles and grandmas and elders. When I went to the Truth and Reconciliation event in Saskatoon, there was all the churches there that had all of their archives, their pictures. And it was the first time that I had seen a picture of my mom when she was in residential school. And when I saw it, I knew exactly and where she was immediately. This is my mom. And when I saw her picture, I just started crying. And then I showed the picture to my auntie. And my auntie said, "That's your mom. But here's your auntie. And here's another auntie." All of them went to residential school. At the Truth and Reconciliation event, we were given Kleenex and a paper bag to put our soiled Kleenex after we've cried in the paper bag. And then they were going to have a sacred fire that night to honor our tears. And I've never felt so honored with my tears as looking after and how our people look after our own grief. Next slide, please. Well, a lot of things went wrong in there. Nobody's watching. We hear the stories of the survivors of sexual abuse, physical abuse. We know that there was kids that ran away. When they were caught, they were punished. Woodland Culture Center just in Brantford, the mush hole. There are my friends who are survivors there that tell me of being put in solitary confinement. These were kids, solitary confinement, given bread and water. And of course, that damages people. When you have this kind of abuse on a regular basis and you can't go home, your parents have to come and get you. Or else you stay there for years until you're released from prison. Parents were not allowed to go and visit their kids. And you needed permission from the Indian agent in order to have permission to leave the reserve. Next slide, please. We'll just keep on going to the pictures. Of course, there is a legacy of trauma. When you spend 150 years in a residential school, there is going to be some trauma that happens to your family and your family's family and their family. And at that time, there was no support for Indigenous women nor men in the 50s and 60s. And the only place you kind of thought that you might get some help is through maybe social services to ask for somebody to talk to. And the minute my mom went into social services to go and ask what she can do, they came and took her kids away. All of my siblings, there's 10 of us in my family. The older 5 spent close to 8 years in a foster home. Not knowing we knew who our mom was, but we didn't grow up with our mother, with the stories, with our songs, with our legends. And to now have that experience at the Truth and Reconciliation event, where now these children are lining up and they have their residential school in front of them. But the only difference with these young kids is their parents are also in line with them, because those parents would have known what it was like to go to residential school. Next slide, please. Well, what can we do to support residential school survivors? Educate ourselves what happened. We have an awful lot of denialism in this country that it wasn't really that bad. At least you got an education. That's all lies, that there was sexual abuse. Church-going people have denied that and have denied it right in front of my face. Educate ourselves. Be aware of what's going on. Empathetic, empathy. We don't know who is on the street that may have had that kind of trauma. We had our aunties and our sisters and our cousins, and that family support was really what helped us. Once we were reunited with our mother, I was 9 years old when I was reunited with our mother, but we had aunties, that's my auntie down there, and my cousins. And we had our family to hang around with and to support each other, even though both of my mom and my auntie in this picture were alcoholics. But we had our cousins. We had no idea why our parents were alcoholics. But I know, being a mom and a grandma now, that if my kids were taken away from me and my grandchild, there'd be darn hell that I would be hitting the bottle or taking pills to forget about where my kids are. So, education, understanding where that has happened. 150 years in this country, and the Canadian government participated. They kept our parents, Canadians, ignorant. They devised a social constructivist theory of all the negative and stereotypes about us, but yet we're not like that. We're strong, resilient individuals that can climb mountains and overcome an awful lot of trauma. Next slide, please. These are my two aunties. Remember that little girl that I showed you there? She was maybe 6 or 7. That's my auntie on the right-hand side in the purple. She ended up becoming a nurse and did her master's degree in health. Next slide, please. Of course, I'll always take the opportunity to get a picture of some handsome men. That's myself before the COVID hair. And the late Senator Sinclair, and my young nephew, who is a lawyer in Saskatchewan. Mom had him when she was only 17, but because she had sisters and support, she kept him. And this young guy is a lawyer now. Next slide, please. The role of education and awareness. That auntie that I showed you on the left-hand side, her daughter just received her doctorate degree. The other auntie on the other side, she's got a daughter in there too. And her daughter has a daughter in this very picture. And they've all have their doctorate degree. And so when we're left alone, been able to participate in one generation, we were able to see an awful lot of things. Trust me, in my life, I've seen a lot, but this is greatness. This is achievement. This is resilience. This is understanding trauma. This is education and awareness, just in this one picture. I'm so proud of my cousins and my second cousin, to see them in their doctorate degrees and their, You know, they're smiling brown faces. It makes me very, very proud. Next slide, please. And of course, understanding cultural competency. We have an awful lot of Indigenous doctors. Anishinaabe, she's my friend, Dr. Pamela Toulouse. And to engage in what we know is Indigenous education, and a lot of school boards are doing that now. 34,000 in Halton Catholic that will know about Indigenous education, will know about an artist, will know about literature. In our school, it was students who were the advocates that the speakers talked about early, and the people that stand beside shoulder to shoulder. It was the students that said we need to have Indigenous education. And so we've made grade 11 English mandatory in Indigenous literature. And we're not the first board. There's an awful lot of boards doing that as well. But that also is a systems change within an education system to also have that. I think your speakers spoke about lots of people educating themselves, not to give up, to have people always allies. And this is what happens when we educate our young. Non-Indigenous youth that have said we need to have Indigenous literature in our schools. Next slide, please. And of course, calls to action. I think you guys have seen these little books. I brought 10 anyhow. And in here, it's the 94 calls to action. I believe law has 17 calls to look at different places and spaces within law, from police to colleges, to learning about Indigenous ways of knowing and Indigenous law in your practice. We have GLADU reports, and some of you might know about GLADU reports. And that is an Indigenous way of knowing, to understand that person's experience and not to be maybe so harsh. When we're speaking about the prison system earlier, it's an awful lot of Indigenous people and Black people who make up that population in any prison. And to know that people right across the country, we have a premier, Wab Canoe, who's dedicated millions of dollars to go and find the loved ones that were murdered and buried at the landfill. But yet we still have on a daily basis police killing our youth, operating on our people, taking off the wrong limb. It is these things in Canada that still continually to happen. And so as lawyers and people who are interested in law, even just general Canadians, there's an awful lot that we can do when we're looking at reconciliation. We have to know the truth, and that's what Justice Sinclair had said. We have to know the truth first before we can even understand reconciliation. You have your United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, and I brought 10 copies here too, to look at these as well and try and implement them as best we can within our own Canadian justice system. There was laws here beforehand, before colonists came here. And there's laws of fairness, of equity, knowing that if somebody committed a crime or did something to somebody in the community, there was something wrong with the community and not the individual how it is now. So we can learn an awful lot of the justice, the law, the trauma, but more importantly, our future in reconciliation. What does that look like? Next slide, please. And this is my mom. Why do I do this work? We always do it for something, right? That's my mom on the left-hand side when she was younger. Maybe she was probably about 22 or 23 years old. Pretty fancy. You know, she's got a pretty cool hair. And this is this is another picture later on, just before she passed away. And look at those serious dimples of her, to always try and get her to smile because we just loved her dimples. And so this is why I do the work within not only Halton Catholic, but come and speak whenever I can and talk to people about the importance. But not only that, we too are human. We just never got to know you, and you never got to know us. And that's unfortunate, and now we're trying to get to know each other. So Chi Miigwech, thank you for having me, and I wish you the wonderful rest of your day. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My firm has been dedicated to helping the Indigenous population since 1997, I think was my first Indigenous client, and we represented the Walpole First Nations in the residential school survivor, and it was a wonderful experience. And last year we went literally coast to coast dealing with 60 Scoop survivors. So thank you very much for your insights. I can attest to the amazing ability that our Indigenous population has. We have so much to learn from them. We have done them wrong and continue to do them wrong. But right now, it's about hope. And I think that this conference is about hope. This is our third year of doing it. And it brings different communities together. It brings different people together. And from that, we gain hope and we gain strength and power. And what we have now to offer you is a networking event where we can actually have some fun. So it is right next door, like literally just right there. Please join us, and we can blow off some steam, and have some water, have a drink if you wish. Just be human and support each other. So thank you everyone for coming out, especially the survivors. Thank you. Take care of yourselves tonight. It's been a long, difficult, hard day, but it's also been an amazing, hopeful day. So thank you all.